damaged the exterior of the house, but all the belongings which were inside were vandalized, and everything in this house has been set on fire. The entire house was set on fire.
Chief Minister Biren Singh and local MLAs' houses targeted by violent mob amid clampdown and unrest in Manipur.
There were several fire extinguishers that were not working, that were not functional, that were not functional. You are lying. What were those fire extinguishers doing which were expired? Why you don't go with me? No, there were fire extinguishers that were not working. You are lying in front of camera.
No FIR filed in the Jhansi hospital tragedy yet. Republic conference, college principal over inaccountability. Delhi Minister and senior AAP leader Kailash Gehlot quits party, says controversies like Sheesh Mahal harming AAP reputation.
मुझे नाइजीरिया के राष्ट्रीय सम्मान देने के लिए आपके निर्णय के लिए मैं हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं.
Prime Minister holds delegation level talks with Nigerian President. Both leaders stress on strengthening India-Nigeria ties. Nigeria also honors Prime Minister Modi with Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, highest civilian award. Massive Russian strikes across Ukraine trigger blackouts and kill at least 5 people. Welcome back, friends. So we are beginning the Sunday edition of This Is Exclusive with some stories coming out of Manipur. Not good ones. Manipur is on the boil again. The cycle of violence refuses to die down. The day after the 6 abducted Meiteis turned up dead and their mortal remains were recovered, a mob tried to storm the residence of Manipur Chief Minister Biren Singh as tensions and protests escalated in capital Imphal. There were multiple reports of mobs targeting the houses and properties of people's representatives, including ministers and MLAs. The unrest even prompted Union Home Minister Amit Shah to cancel his scheduled election rallies in Maharashtra and return to Delhi amid the sharp upturn in tensions in the state. In fact, we are now getting a breaking news development coming in from Imphal, which is about crisis hitting the Biren Singh government with 7 NPP MLAs withdrawing their support from the government. In fact, we have Anirudh live with more details. This is an important development. In fact, let's get another breaking development coming in, and then we go to Anirudh live, which is that we have access CCTV cameras of the violence that took place earlier, and it shows the manner in which the mobs targeted the residence of Sapam Ranjan, a minister there. There are, okay, these are the pictures of the CCTV footage. And that gives you an idea of the kind of mass violence is happening after 6 Meiteis were killed and their bodies found yesterday. They were abducted a week or more back, and now violence hitting Imphal Valley again. Anirudh is live with us, reporting from Imphal. Anirudh, let me come to you first on the political development that has taken place. We broke the story. You bring to us that NPP has withdrawn its support from the Biren Singh government. Does that put the government in crisis in Imphal? And are we looking at some changes taking place there?
Yes, Abhishek, yes, being said that the NPP has withdrawn its support from the Biren Singh-led government, and they have written to BJP President JP Nadda informing the same. NPP National President Conrad Sangma has written it to JP Nadda, informing him that given the circumstances that prevail in the state of Manipur, they will no longer be able to support the Biren Singh-led government. The BJP and the NDA has a comfortable number altogether. They are 53 in the 60-member house, but with the NPP withdrawing its support, the number comes down to 46. And given the fact that at least 19 MLAs from the BJP itself, who have 37 legislators in the house, are dissident, they have already written to the Prime Minister earlier, informing him to change the Chief Minister of the state. It is in all likelihood the Biren Singh government will turn minority because of the 37 MLAs of the BJP in the house. There are 7 cookie MLAs from the BJP which will in no way give or extend their support to the Biren Singh government. So if a floor test happens in the house, then in all likelihood, the Biren Singh government will be minority. They will fail to prove the majority in the house. This is the big breaking development that is coming in from Imphal right now. Abhishek.
Anirudh, tell us what's happening really in Imphal if that be the case, if NPP has withdrawn its support and you are saying that the cookie MLAs within the BJP are not going to support the Chief Minister if a floor test happens. Are we seeing the possibility of Delhi intervening now in Imphal?
Yes, in all likelihood, Abhishek, the Delhi is going to intervene because we have seen how Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also cancelled his very important political rallies in the state of Maharashtra today, and he rushed to Delhi to hold deliberation with the top officials of the MHA. And we are getting to know that tomorrow another round of meeting will also take place in the MHA. And it may be mentioned that today, in one particular incident that has taken place at Hararo, where the RSS training center, a skill development center run by RSS, is stationed in Hararo. The RSS skill development center was attacked in the morning. It was ransacked. It was vandalized. Properties inside the RSS skill development center were damaged, and after the news broke out, the new reports of the RSS skill development center being attacked also reached Nagpur, and Nagpur of this incident which has been reported from Hararo in the outskirts of Imphal city.
Okay, Anirudh, this is a very important development, political development taking place in Imphal with the NPP of Conrad Sangma withdrawing its support, though of course they are still part of the NDA, but they have withdrawn support from the Biren Singh-led NDA government. In Manipur, there are going to be consequences if a floor test happens. That's why perhaps Union Home Minister Amit Shah rushed back to Delhi from his campaign in Maharashtra and is closeted with the leaders to oversee these developments and to move further on how to take things in Manipur. Anirudh, stay with us. In fact, there are some ground reports you filed earlier. Let's look at them to understand what's really happening there on the ground in Imphal Valley, in Manipur.
Manipur spiraled into a fresh spell of anarchy and chaos a day after the mortal remains of 6 abducted Meiteis people, including women, were recovered. A mob tried to storm the residence of Chief Minister Biren Singh, while there were multiple reports of furious protesters targeting the properties of ministers and MLAs. Dramatic visuals showed vehicles up in flames and houses gutted as a fresh wave of tensions and violent protests have gripped the troubled northeast state.
This is the residence of Minister Govindas Kanthozam. The house was attacked by mob last night, and you can see the damage, extensive damage, in fact, that has been caused in this house by the mob which stormed into the residence of the minister last night, and they not only damaged the exterior of the house but all the belongings which were inside were vandalized, and everything in this house has been set on fire.
As tension continues to escalate, the Chief Minister came under fire from his cabinet colleague. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah cancelled 2 rallies that he was to address in poll-bound Maharashtra and rushed back to Delhi as fresh tensions gripped Manipur. The Director General of the CRPF also rushed to Manipur as the state descended into chaos. Responding to the fresh spell of violence, former Chief Minister and Congress leader Okram Ibobi Singh said the people of Manipur were not in favour of the imposition of President's rule in the state.
Resignation and replacement, either resignation of the present incumbent Chief Minister or replacement of this present Chief Minister, Mr. Biren, this is their outlook. This is party affairs within the party of the BJP. They should have to be decided. Number 2, this president imposing president rule in the state of Manipur is not advisable. People of Manipur does not like president rule.
Senior Congress MP KC Venugopal took a swipe at Prime Minister Modi, saying he was busy touring abroad amid the fresh...
ऐसा लगता है मैं अबुजा में नहीं बल्कि भारत के ही किसी शहर में मौजूद हूं। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग लेगोस, कानो, कड़ूना और पोर्ट हारकोट से ऐसे अलग इलाकों से अबुजा पहुंचे हैं और आपके चेहरे की ये चमक, आपका ये उत्साह, जितना आप यहां आने के लिए उत्सुक थे उतना ही मैं भी आपसे मिलने का इंतजार करता था। ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है। आपके बीच आना, आपके साथ समय बिताना और ये पल जीवन भर मेरे साथ रहेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर ये मेरी पहली नाइजीरिया यात्रा है। लेकिन मैं अकेला नहीं आया, मैं अपने साथ भारत की मिट्टी की महक लेकर के आया। और करोड़ों करोड़ों भारतीयों की तरफ से आपके लिए ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं लेकर के आया। भारत की प्रगति से आप खुश होते हैं और यहां आपकी प्रगति पर हर भारतवासी का सीना चौड़ा हो जाता है। चौड़ा हो गए कि कितना होता है? कितना? मेरा तो 56 हो जाता है। मैं आज अभी प्रेसिडेंट तेलुगु का और नाइजीरिया की जनता का भी विशेष आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा। जिस प्रकार का यहां स्वागत हुआ है वो अद्भुत है। और कुछ ही समय पहले प्रेसिडेंट तेलुगु ने मुझे नाइजीरिया के नेशनल अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया।
All right, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the Indian diaspora in Abuja, Nigeria, where he has just been bestowed with the highest civilian award of that nation. But moving back to our country and to the unfortunate tragedy, not tragedy actually, a man-made accident of death of infants in a Jhansi civil hospital. The death toll in that administration-made tragedy has risen from 10 to 11 after one more infant undergoing treatment succumbed to the burn injuries. And the babies in the Medical College of Jhansi's NICU died after a massive fire engulfed the ward last evening. Glaring lapses have come to the notice, including expired fire extinguishers and absence of emergency exits, among other things, apart from the fact that the neonatal unit was overcrowded. And let's look at the details of investigation carried out by our correspondent Akhil on the ground there in Jhansi.
A massive fire in the neonatal intensive care unit of Maharani Lakshmibai College in Jhansi claimed the lives of 10 newborn babies who were charred to death. In a latest update, out of the 16 babies who were rescued, one more has succumbed, taking the Jhansi death toll to 11. The babies in the medical college's NICU died after a massive fire engulfed the ward. Glaring lapses have now come to the fore. From expired fire extinguishers to dysfunctional safety alarms, delayed evacuation, no emergency exits, poor quality oxygen concentrator, the murderous lapses simply cannot be brushed under the carpet. Republic has confronted the principal of Rani Lakshmibai College. Watch.
आप जो इस कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल हैं, मैं आपसे साफ सवाल कर रहा हूँ कि जो वहाँ पर एक्सपायर्ड था, जो फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स लगे हैं, वो 2019 की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है। आप दिखा दीजिए मुझे ना। दिस इज व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग यू। मेरे पास विजुअल्स, आपके सुनिए, आपके पास जो विजुअल्स है उसको आप जूम कीजिए। क्यों जूम क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं?
मैं दिखा रहा हूँ सर।
जस्ट जूम इट।
सर पहले हाँ दिखा रहा हूँ।
54 infants were hospitalized over there. It's because of your utter negligence. They died.
80% boys were.
I have shown it to you. I would like to request my viewers and show it to them that if you see these fire extinguishers that were put in place here, the manufacturing date, the refilling date is written over there is 2019, and the principal of this very medical college hospital is denying the fact. Here you can see, I would like to request and we would like to flash it and we would like to run it, that if you see the manufacturing, the refilling date of these fire extinguishers is 2019, and doctor in front of the camera is denying the fact that when this was manufactured. Yes, you can say, yes, show me the order. Yes, no, there were several fire extinguishers that were not working, that were not functional.
Republic had earlier accessed exclusive visuals showing the real picture of the situation inside the hospital building. Republic Special Investigation Team has also accessed exclusive visuals of ambulances used by the Jhansi hospital. And guess what? Most of these ambulances are apparently obsolete.
Here you see, I'm going to bring for our Republic viewers another startling truth from this very site. Here you can see there are 8 different ambulances parked over here, and these ambulances are not in functional state. Then who is going to answer? Again, when I will go back and ask this question to the principal of this medical college and hospital, he will again say that I don't know. This is what his simple retort.
The hospital authorities simply cannot ignore some questions. First, why was no FIR filed even after 30 hours? Second, why were the basic safety protocols flouted? Third, who is really accountable for these murderous lapses? And last but not the least, why weren't the fire extinguishers replaced? As yet another tragedy shakes the nation, all eyes remain on the course of action.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
there's a space we feel where people are waiting for some accessible luxury.
You know, you have younger consumers buying luxury cars. There is aspiration. Also, the traditional way of consumers getting into mass market premium and luxury, there is no longer that trend.
For us, they are clients because customers are way too transactional for us. And when we talk of clients, it means we are for them, they are for us.
taste of success.
Our first panelist is the CEO of a brand that's liked and that's linked to global aspirations. It's a brand that's synonymous with luxury and a symbol of achievement. The man driving the growth of the three-pointed star in India is Santosh Iyer, CEO of Mercedes-Benz India. He's here after launching a car today in Noida. Thank you for being with us today. His co-panelist will be Managing Director of Ducati India, Bipul Chandra, another very exciting brand. He's been spearheading the business growth and network expansion for the firm in India. And under his leadership, Ducati made significant progress in India in the initial months after the first phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. They had a record year in 2022. And our third panelist is the President and Managing Director of MG Motor India, Mr. Rajiv Chaba. With over 3 decades of experience, Mr. Chaba has been instrumental in driving the brand in the country in a startup-like setting and has been able to make a significant mark in the industry, whether it's petrol, diesel, EV, hybrid, they're everywhere. Join me in welcoming Mr. Iyer, Mr. Chandra, Mr. Chaba for a panel discussion on the growth story of India's automotive industry and its future prospects with Suesha Sawant. Welcome on stage.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming in. And of course, this is a session I have very eagerly been waiting for. Like Niranjan mentioned, Mr. Iyer, you've come straight after launching the new Mercedes-Benz, which is the AMG C63 SE. And I want to come straight to that point, because I was also reading that Mercedes is due for a launch in December as well. And lots of launches happening. So let me straight away begin by that. What is this one launch after the other, and do auto companies feel that pressure in that sense to create a diverse portfolio of cars to cater to all your consumers?
Okay, thanks for having me here. Firstly, we committed 12 launches in this calendar year, Jan to December. We have delivered 14. 10 of that 14 are in the top end segment, cars costing more than 1.5 crores on road. So I think no more launches for this year. So this was the last launch for us. But having said that, to come back to your question, it's, customers in that segment demand change. earlier the average ownership period for expensive cars was 4 years, 5 years. Today it's 2 to 2.5 years. So they need a lot of options. They need the latest, they need the best. And for us, we need to excite the market by getting these cars as early as possible to India, because the customers here travel abroad. Many of them have houses in UK, in London, or in Dubai, or in the US. So in that sense, they have an expectation that the car is here available as soon as there is a global launch, and we need to get them. But on the other side, I'm also fortunate to work for a company like Mercedes-Benz, which has cars in the portfolio. You know, it's not easy. Today we have combustion engines, electrified combustion engines, electric cars, and that portfolio strength comes from the DNA of the brand, from Stuttgart, from our headquarters, and we are able to introduce these cars to the market. So what we do is not from a competitive pressure, but what we do is from customer, that they need the latest and the best as fast as possible, and we try to get them as early as possible.
Right. So, Mr. Chandra, again, Ducati is also planning to launch 8 motorbikes next year?
Well, for us also, launching new bikes every month, or across certain months across the year is the way we live. So for us, things are also in the line what Santosha said about. In fact, we have a slightly different relationship also with our riders. So we have changed the terms. Now we no longer call them customers or consumers. For us, they are clients, because customers are way too transactional for us. And when we talk of clients, it means we are for them, they are for us. So it is a symbiotic relationship, and we keep on launching new bikes for them to experience new segments. For this year, we are also done away with. We have launched all the bikes. We start next year with very, very exciting Diavel Bentley and the new Panigale 7G, one of the most ultimate bike in our segment. So this is how we live by. And as to your question, there is no pressure or competition amongst us between the manufacturers. It is for the riders whom we keep on launching better and faster bikes.
All right. So, Mr. Chaba, you know, while there is a great thrust on making cars affordable for your consumers in the Indian market, MG Motors is also entering into the luxury space with MG Select. Tell us more about that, and also whether you will compete against the likes of Mercedes. What will be the pricing like? What can we expect?
So thanks again for having me here. So MG, you know, our product spread, if you see it, it ranges from MG Comet on the lower side to MG Gloucester, so around 7 lakhs to 40 lakhs. You know, and then we have EVs, we have diesel, we have ICE, as Niranjan said in the introduction. MG Select, frankly, we feel there is an opportunity here that more premiumization is happening across categories, across industries, including the car industry. Within the car industry, on one hand, you have traditional luxuries like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. And there is a space we feel where people are waiting for some accessible luxury. You know, it's not that it's a cheaper version of luxury, but it's a category which has not been explored in India, in my view, and there is an opportunity there. So through product categorization, through experience categorization, I think that space we want to target. And we feel it's not really a competition to traditional luxury, because these brands have taken 100 years plus to establish themselves. And we are relatively a young brand, so we cannot be in the same category as they are. But there's an opportunity, and you will see when we start offering our products from next year onwards, and we'll showcase them in Auto Expo.
But you know, Mr. Iyer, I want you to harp on the India market and how there's a rise in consumption in the luxury space. Now, you define that category as luxury index internally. What would you say about the rise in such individuals who fancy a good life, who have higher disposable income, and today's youth that is out there to spend to enjoy that luxury?
Yeah, so what's changing in India, you know, we keep referring internally that globally there is MAC index to see economies, and maybe for India, should we not have a Mercedes-Benz index to check the growth of HNIs, ultra HNIs, etc. But keeping that aside, if you look at the core factors driving growth, so one is, of course, the demographics. You know, you have younger consumers buying luxury cars. There is aspiration. Also, the traditional way of consumers getting into mass market premium and luxury, there is no longer that trend. Maybe the entire psychology of rewarding yourself. You know, you are coming up with some startup, you are doing well, and I have had calls that, you know, the young guy signing off the series funding, they want to get a particular pen and they want an S-class to go in. So it's not a usual way of, you know, slowly democratizing and getting into the segments. On the other side, if you see, India has made a lot of change in infrastructure. The road infrastructure in India, which is one major enabler to enjoy luxury cars like Mercedes-Benz, is developed significantly. Earlier, consumers used to go from Bangalore to Chennai by flight, but now they can even prefer road, and similarly Delhi, Jaipur, and so on and so forth. So, and then they need a safe car. And that's where we come into the play. And when you look at the third factor, which is also regularization of the tax system, which is happening, of course not as fast, but post GST, we have many customers who were always able to afford a car, but they couldn't because they were not able to buy a car. It's always registered. But now with GST, with a lot of tax compliances, a lot of consumers are able to avail credit. They are able to show meaningful income resources. So there is on one side tax compliances and ability to buy. On the other side, infrastructure is changing, and the demographic shift for sure. Women buyers, you know, we had hardly 8 to 9% of our cars bought by women. Today, 15% of our sales are bought by women buyers. So demography, infra, and all the changes that's happening around us on the economy, that's driving growth. It's been a great double-digit growth for the last 3 to 4 years, and it still continues.
That is wonderful to know. Mr. Chandra, now you've said that in the past 2 to 3 years the growth was slightly muted, but in 2024 the industry is growing at a better pace and the market is maturing with a new sense of appreciation for two-wheelers in this space. How do you define Ducati's growth story in the Indian market?
Well, when I speak about the maturation of the market, see what happens post-COVID, there was a glut of supplies. So obviously there was a severe supply-demand kind of scenario, and I'm sure all the automobile companies, they had their run. We were having record numbers and everything. So post that, there was definitely a lull, at least in my space, I would say. Although we had higher numbers, but the percentage was not as such. Now in 24, we are having a better double-digit kind of growth, which is very, very good for us because luxury motorcycles are very niche. In fact, if you count our contribution to the two-wheeler segment, we would be 0.000 kind of thing. For reference, the two-wheeler industry is about 15 lakh bikes per month currently, this year's average. Out of that, my industry would be 500, 600 units. So you cannot even count how much 500 out of 15 lakh is. So for me, percentage is a different segment altogether. But when we talk about the appreciation of the riders in terms of our bikes, see, people have started understanding that if you are spending money on something like a bike like Ducati, what for? So when we talk of technology, when we talk of safety features, when we talk of the ease of riding, you know, in riding we have a saying that you need to face the air in the face. When you face the wind in the face, it's like riding and biking. But that's a separate thing. We talk about, we have a funda also, wherein we say all the gear all the time. That is, safety is paramount. You will never see a serious rider on the road without proper gear. So helmets, jackets, gloves, safety boots, everything. So that comes with the biker. Now from the bike side, what we are talking about, Ducati is the first company globally, and I'm very happy to share, when we launched the Multistrada V4, it was the first company in the world to have the front radar and the blind side detection.
Right.
Which is, till now, was a forte of the car companies only. Now in the next iteration of Multistrada V4, we are talking of the collision device. So it will, there would be a warning of collision. So this is something we are working about, which people don't used to think about earlier. Now there's appreciation for all these things. Our bikes, they come with 6-axis IMU, which is a technical term. I'm sorry for using this, but hardcore riders, if you are here, you would appreciate that. So all the 6-axis, the bike will tell you. When you go through the data, it will tell you how much your lean angle has been, and you can understand how much safety feature is built into the bike. Now people are understanding that and coming back to us for these things. This is what I called market getting mature.
Right. Right, certainly the Indian market is changing. But Mr. Chaba, I want to understand from you the JSW MG Motor India management that is particularly making a conceited push towards Indianizing the company. In fact, I've also been reading how you are in talks with other Indian companies and your own counterparts to make tech local. Tell us more about this local push.
Yeah, that's a pretty important aspect of our business, and since last 2 years or so, and especially after our joint venture with JSW, we are really accelerating and really pushing this hard. So, and as probably you know that we are majorly into EVs. Like last month, 70% of our sales came from the EV products. So out of 6, 3 EVs are there, and we are trying to localize this EV, the whole system in a big way. And it's not only about EV parts, but also the EV ecosystem, which takes care of chargers, the whole charging management system. We have got eHub application. We are trying to connect all these charge point operators through a common app. So that's the charging side. But on the EV side, if you look at the localization, and still we import a lot from all over the place. As an industry, I'm not talking about only MG, but we are trying to localize a lot of those big assemblies to start with, then localizing, getting to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 components. I'm happy to say, as an example, our MG Comet car is more than 60% localized right now. Our aim is that all the EVs, the big volumes EV, we should localize up to 80% in the next 3 years. So it basically talks about even vertical, backward integrations, including the cell manufacturing. So JSW, as an example, will get into cell manufacturing. We are talking about EDU, EU, and CCU, like they're the big items which everyone imports right now in the country. We are trying to localize that in the country. So that's how we are trying to localize, indigenize, and make sure that we have sustainable supply chains as we go forward for this EV.
Right. In fact, I want to talk to you about the EV segment in greater detail, but right now as we are focusing on the Viksit Bharat aim, Mr. Iyer, in fact, you've said that manufacturing and auto segments are bound to play a very pivotal role in making India the third largest economy by 2030. And you've highly spoken about a favorable business environment, government initiatives playing a huge role in it. I want to understand from you how the Make in India initiative is going to help position India as a global manufacturing hub, because you see that as a very promising aim to fulfill in the next couple of years.
See, the way we see is there is a window right now for India because of the cost structure that India operates, the rich talent pool. For example, we have an R&D setup in Bangalore where we have more than 10,000 engineers working on R&D of Mercedes-Benz. We in fact do a lot of, we have more than 500 patents out of India. So there is a lot of good high IP and technology work happening out of India. So this advantage, now you mix it with manufacturing cost advantage as well. So there is a window for India right now to leverage this. At the same time, the Make in India for India is something that one needs to question, because especially for luxury brands like us, because the market is maturing at a pace which is great, but it would be even greater if we make in India for the world. And for that, I think one of the pivotal role will be the role of FTAs and free trade agreements. We are a global company and we have always been advocating that when you open up borders, when you open up free trade, it benefits both sides. It brings more competitiveness, it brings more customers, better options, and that I think will also help India's manufacturing sector to pivot a bit more differently than just focused on making in India for India to making in India for the world. So that's one enabler that we keep looking at. On the other side, I think this advantage, what 10 years back, it was a much more open world, and we all know that that world has been changing a lot. So we need to use this strength. We need to use, I think there are a lot of companies in India like us. We are in India for 30 years. We are a global company and so on and so forth. How do we leverage the technology at the same time the Indian competence to start manufacturing? We keep saying not only for India but for the world, and that kind of a spirit will actually leapfrog us into a much bigger player. Today, of course, it's a no-brainer. Manufacturing contributing to jobs, automotive industry having 7% of the GDP, but I think the best is yet to come.
Right. But Mr. Chandra, I believe you share a contrarian view, because as much as automakers are wanting to go Indian and manufacture here, you've in fact gone on to say that Ducati has a strong manufacturing base in Thailand and there are no plans anytime soon as far as local manufacturing operations in India is concerned. What makes you say that?
See, to begin with, I would say Ducati is also a global company, and In 26, we shall be celebrating our 100 years of existence. So that gives us something to talk about of a global operation. What we have seen, any kind of manufacturing activity anywhere in the world would definitely require a threshold of business to happen. So currently, our supplies, they come from Italy and Thailand. Basically Thailand because of various reasons, including the distance part. They are very close neighbors of India as such. However, I must add that India has a very strong base as a vendor. So while we do not make or assemble our bikes here in India, we have lot many vendors who supply to us for both the factories, Thailand and Italy. So not having a factory here is something of a business situation for us because the market, as I said, very, very niche. If Ducati is doing a certain unit, then probably our needs are getting sorted out by Thailand factory right now. In future, if something of the threshold clearance happens, Ducati would be happy to invest in India. That's not an issue. It is more about a business call. So currently, Thailand is a nice situation for us.
Right. Fair point there. Mr. Chaba, like you were talking, and I understand how MG Motors is looking to become the third, I beg your pardon, to lead the EV space in India and have almost a 33% share by the end of 2028-2030. I most want to talk to you about Windsor. That has been quite an experiment on that front. Now, you're offering vehicles through the battery as a service program, which allows a lower upfront initial cost and a pay-per-use model for the battery. How did this strategy come about, given how we understand that the EV segment is getting more and more competitive with every passing year? And do you think this will be the game changer?
Yeah, probably it will be a good enabler, I would say, and I've been saying it since the last 2 years that, about EV expansion in India, it's a question of how compelling your proposition is to the consumer. And frankly, consumers do not have enough choices in EV. There are only 2-3 players who have come into the scene right now. I'm not talking about luxury players, mainstream players. And frankly, more competition coming from the mainstream players will be a welcome thing. So we were the first one to talk in 2018-19 to launch our first EV, that is EV in 2020. And there was no single private player in that space that point of time. So we believed in that future, and the country also is the policy-wise also is guiding us into the same direction. So here now, when we offer Windsor, we thought it's time to talk about certain facts. And there are myths in the market about EV ownership. And one of the things is about cost of acquisition. Another thing is about the charging, things about battery and things like that. So we said these category barriers, how do we address that? So when we say battery as a service, we are saying we are talking about the real cost of acquisition of an EV. So as an example, Windsor is 13.5 lakhs. We did not announce the price of 13.5 lakhs when we launched this car. We said this car is 10 lakhs. Why? Because the car is 10 lakhs and the battery was 3.5 lakhs. So if you finance these two separately, the battery 3.5 lakhs actually is approximately 5,000 rupees cars a month, the cost of the battery. And the charging of the battery for 1 month is 1,000 rupees. So it's 6,000 rupees. So suppose you buy a car for 10 lakhs of rupees and you drive that car for 1,000 kilometers, you spend 7,000-8,000 rupees in petrol. Whereas the same car for 10 lakhs EV, your cost of battery and operation is only 6,000. But the 10 lakh car is one segment more than a 10 lakhs petrol car or a diesel car. So we wanted to address this cost of acquisition and cost of operations. So battery as a service, that's why kind of, it disrupted the mindset and thinking and touchwood for us, it has become a good success. But it's not only the product side, it's not only the battery side, but the whole product also is very compelling. If you have to see this car, it's really a very, very big car at that price, and good features.
People, they still look at it as a 10 lakh rupee car, and that is what is working, the shock value and the price point.
Yeah, so we have good bookings, touchwood, so we are doing well. So far, so good.
Wonderful. But even, for example, Merc India, now, you're producing 2 world-class electric vehicles in Pune, and this being the first market outside Germany and US to have accomplished this feat. What makes the India market conducive as far as the future of EVs in the luxury segment is concerned?
See, firstly, if you look at the government policies, there is a very clear strategy the Viksit Bharat is based on green energy transformation as well. I think India is one of the most ambitious plans when it comes to green energy. And that means from a net importer of energy, the aspiration is at least to become a net exporter of green energy. And I think from a corporate brand perspective, globally, we have an ambition 2039 where we have committed that we will tend to become carbon neutral. We would be the first automotive company to become carbon neutral. So in that sense, if you add the India's aspiration for the green energy transition, and if you want to decarbonize the auto industry, we thought that it's best that we do it in markets which are conducive. India also has a favorable tax regime when it comes to electric cars. It's just 5% GST, and that really helps brands, even luxury brands like us, to really look at India as also to pivot here, to manufacture here the EVs. And then of course, I think we have today a 6% share of our sales are EVs. And this, if you compare with mass market, it's hardly 1%, 1.5%. So I think luxury consumers are ready to adapt to EVs much more. They're ready to experiment. But on the other side, I think if you want to decarbonize the sector as a responsible, we have a clear internal thinking that there is no luxury without sustainability. And if we don't do this as a responsible player, we won't do justice. This was the same question, 130 years back. If you go and do market research, they would say we want faster horse carriages. Nobody would have said we want a car. And that's where Mercedes-Benz came in. So we want to disrupt, we want to take the big bets, we want to do manufacturing here so that the costs are down, and then we want to have adoption. And I think the numbers speak for themselves. We lead the luxury EV market. We are able to have a 6% share, which is almost double than last year. And more players, as Rajiv said, I think it's a fantastic work done by players like MG and others. Today, only 8 to 10% of India retail network talks about an EV. Rest are all 90% is still combustion engine players. But we feel that more players coming in, more international, local players, and great products coming in, I think the shift would happen. At least in 2020, when we launched the first EV, I was asked, why are you launching an EV? Now nobody asks us that. Now they are saying, what is your penetration? How soon India will transform? So I think it's changing. It's a matter of time.
I'm slightly short on time, so it is time for us to close this session. But Mr. Chaba, before we go, you must comment on the changing India from the auto perspective and the youth that is moving towards the luxury segment, which once again signals to a growing India, a greater GDP, and how the Indian economy, by and large, is benefiting from even the luxury segment.
So, I made one interesting, we made one interesting comment in our Siam meeting. And the Government of India survey before the finance survey, before the budget said that India needs so many lakhs of jobs per year, and one car produced in the country creates employment of 14 people. This is a proven fact. It's a written number. So if suppose the growth of auto sector happens almost 6-7% a year, continuously, then 80% of the employment can be taken care of by auto sector. So just imagine the importance of this auto sector, the linkages with the economy. Now, when we are expecting economy to grow at 6 to 7% average, for the next several years, auto industry follows that. It's not linear sometime, it goes to its own product cycle issues. It's cyclical, but it follows more or less, the GDP growth of the country. So it's kind of a mutual thing. So I see our foundation is very strong. Numbers will keep happening. Sometimes we get sucked by media headlines of this month and next month, and this month is some contraction. So those blips will happen. But in general, I think we are good to go in big numbers in future. That's one. Second is premiumization is happening across the sectors, across the industries, including the car industry. And as we can see, the Mercedes numbers and our vision of getting into the luxury segment or the accessible luxury segment proves that. Another thing is the EV will happen. I think that path is inevitable. Electrification is inevitable. More and more players are coming into it, and that will increase, and sustainable green thing will happen. In terms of auto, other trends, more automatic transmissions are happening. Indian customers are going for more features. Connectivity is happening in a big way. Big screens in the car. So it's a third screen in your family now. You have TV, you have your laptop, and third is car screen. And they are kind of integrated. Obviously, it's safety driving is important. So lots of features on your car screen will not happen if you're driving the car. For the co-driver it happens. But connectivity is happening amazingly in a very disruptive way. So these are some of the trends happening.
Oh yes, absolutely. And premiumization that is happening in most sectors now, while one would think whether it is transient or not, but for now we understand it is here to stay. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this evening and throwing light on how the auto sector is contributing to a Viksit Bharat. Many thanks.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Wanted to build something that every Indian will use. We felt that payments, if digitized, could start a virtuous cycle of formalization of the economy in a way where we could dedicate 10, 20, 30 years of our lives in a very, very substantial and exciting way.
In a move that can be seen as a victory for India of sorts, the International Cricket Council removed Pakistan-occupied Kashmir cities from the ICC Champions Trophy Global Tour. The earlier schedule released by the Pakistan Cricket Board had the trophy tour go to 3 POK cities. Reports suggested that BCCI Secretary Shah had spoken to the ICC and condemned the PCB for the decision to include POK cities in the tour. The ICC put the tour on hold and then released a revised list of cities for the tour on Saturday. It is the latest in a long line of issues to plague the Champions Trophy, which started with India's refusal to travel to Pakistan for the tournament. This led to suggestions the tournament could be moved out of Pakistan, with South Africa being named as potential hosts and even India being mooted as a destination for the returning tournament. Issues really came to a head after the Pakistan Cricket Board pushed back at reports that it was willing to make adjustments in the schedule of the Champions Trophy, including adopting a hybrid model as it was uncertain that India would travel to Pakistan. There were hopes that the tournament could have been held in the hybrid model, as existing socio-political environment as well as security concerns meant the Indian team travelling to Pakistan was not going to be on the cards. As of now, we haven't decided anything as far as the Champions Trophy. Our stand is as it is. The hybrid model is not under consideration. A source close to the PCB was quoted as saying, as per media reports. The last tournament that Pakistan hosted was the Asia Cup in 2023, and it was conducted in a hybrid model with India playing their matches in Sri Lanka as the government refused to permit the players to travel across the border. However, the PCB and the Pakistan government have been less willing to consider this idea for the Champions Trophy than they were for the Asia Cup, with all suggestions pointing towards the board preferring to retain the hosting rights and not sharing matches with any other country. Relations between India and Pakistan have been strained for years, and the two nations have not played a bilateral series in 12 years. The two countries only play each other in multi-nation cricket tournaments. Even the 2023 Asia Cup had to be rescheduled at the 11th hour as the Indian government did not give the BCCI a clearance to travel to Pakistan. What the future holds for the hosting rights of the Champions.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Not only damaged the exterior of the house, but all the belongings which were inside were vandalized, and everything in this house has been set on fire. The entire house was set on fire.
Chief Minister Biren Singh and local MLAs' houses targeted by violent mob amid clampdown and unrest in Manipur. As violence continues in Manipur, Conrad Sangma's NPP withdraws support to the Biren Singh government in Manipur. Delhi Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Kailash Gehlot quits the party, says controversies like Sheesh Mahal is plaguing the Aam Aadmi Party. Also, political leaders are having personal ambitions before the party and fulfilling the promises. Nigeria honors Prime Minister Narendra Modi with its award, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. Prime Minister Modi addresses Indian diaspora in Abuja. While interacting with diaspora, Prime Minister says that you have always been Bharat's strongest brand ambassadors. We start with breaking news coming in, viewers. Home Minister Amit Shah today reviewed the security situation in Manipur in a meeting with senior officials in the national capital. Now, he is all set to hold a detailed meeting over this issue in North Block tomorrow. Security scenario in Manipur has remained fragile for the past few days, viewers. And remember, after the recovery of 6 dead bodies, the tensions have only escalated. Manipur is right now on the edge as we speak. The Home Minister, remember, today cancelled the rallies he had in Vidarbha region of Maharashtra ahead of the assembly elections there. He rushed to the national capital to hold this high-level meeting to review the security situation. And remember, viewers, there have been an indefinite curfew that has been imposed in Union Home Minister Amit Shah, remember, viewers, has taken stock of the situation, and tomorrow there will be a detailed meeting. And remember, 3 women, 3 children who lived in a relief camp had gone missing after a gunfight between security forces and terrorists. After that, their bodies were recovered, and now the Home Minister also had to review the situation after fresh violence in Manipur. We have some more breaking news coming in, viewers, as we speak. This regarding the NPP now withdrawing its support to Biren Singh government. Now Congress is also seeking early elections. The Congress MLAs are ready to resign to force a mid-term poll. So that's what we are getting right now. There is, of course, growing criticism for Biren Singh, the Chief Minister of Manipur. Now the Congress MLAs are saying that they are ready to resign so that there is a mid-term poll in Manipur. NPP, remember, has already pulled out of Manipur government, alleging failure to restore normalcy. Now, it's a BJP-led NDA government, remember, viewers, in Manipur. NPP has pulled out its support. Now, what really happens from now on, that is also a matter of question. BJP has 32 seats, NPF 5, NPP 7, JDU 6. Now, Congress has 5 seats, viewers. And 2 seats are by the Cookie People's Alliance. They had also withdrawn support earlier to the NDA government. There are 3 independent seats, independents holding 3 seats now. So now, of course, the threat looming large on the Biren Singh government. The NPP, led by Conrad Sangma, announced its decision to withdraw support from the BJP-led government. NPP, remember, holds 7 seats in the 60-member Legislative Assembly, but the move, as far as the NPP is concerned, is unlikely to destabilize the government in Manipur. BJP maintains a clear majority with 32 seats, but now we have the Congress making attempts, saying that it is ready to resign so that there is a mid-term poll, that the situation starts demanding a mid-term poll. Aniruddha, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast from Manipur. Aniruddha, of course, the NPP has withdrawn its support to the Biren Singh government. However, we do not, if you go by the numbers, it doesn't really look like that it is going to affect Biren Singh government much. It's going to be affect the BJP much. But now the Congress MLAs are also saying that they're ready to resign so as to force a mid-term poll. How do we see this development?
Yes, these are the visuals live from Imphal, and as you can see, Army flag mast is on in different parts of Imphal. Right now, we are reporting from outside the Kangla Fort, the Kangla Gate, and you can see a huge presence of the security forces as well as the Army flag mast. These are visuals on your screen where the Army is conducting flag mast on the streets of Imphal as the law and order situation continues to remain on the edge. Heavy security deployment can be seen in and around Imphal with the law and order situation bringing on the edge. These are the visuals, live visuals coming in from Imphal. The Army has just started a flag mast. They are conducting flag mast at different places. Earlier, we saw you visuals of the CRPF ADZ patrolling the roads of Imphal, and now the Army flag mast is also on. There is heavy movement of security forces all across Imphal in order to ensure peace and stability, as Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also done a series of meetings today to take stock of the security scenario in the state of Manipur as Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Studio.
Yes, and of course, the situation remains grim. Also tell us about what steps will the centre is likely to take up. Of course, today the Home Minister, he held he chaired a meeting, a high-level security meeting with security officials. Tomorrow there's going to be another meeting in the North Block. But what are you expecting from here on? What is the centre doing to actually contain the situation and bring back some normalcy, at least? Because even the government's the support is also now, diminishing. The Congress is also making its moves now so as to force a mid-term poll.
Yes, the Congress president of Manipur, Meghachandra has clearly indicated that the Congress party is ready for an midterm poll if necessary, and he has said that the Congress is ready for a people's mandate, for a fresh people's mandate if required. And on the other hand, we also spoke to NPP National Vice President and former Deputy Chief Minister of Manipur, Y. Zoikumar, just minutes after NPP National President Conrad Sangma has written to JP Nadda withdrawing support from the N. Biren Singh-led BJP government in Manipur. Y. Zoikumar has also said that the NPP's stand is very clear. They are ready to work closely with any government or any chief minister, whoever comes, but not with this government be led by N. Biren Singh, as this government has failed to bring peace and stability. Y. Zoikumar has also said that if the center, it is the center's call to to go for a fresh mandate or not. If the center takes a call, the NPP also do not have any hesitation to face the fresh poll in the state of Manipur.
All right. Thanks so much, Aniruddha, for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers, we will continue to go back to Aniruddha. That situation is right now developing, and more measures are taken up by the centre so as to control the situation in the state. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the other top stories that we have been tracking today. It's a huge blow for the ruling Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi ahead of the assembly elections. Now, Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot quit the party today, posting his scathing resignation letter, using scathing words in that letter on the social media platform X. Gehlot has said that personal ambitions are finding precedence over core values in the party these days. In fact, he also targeted former Chief Minister and Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal and also his successor Atishi, who is the current Chief Minister, accusing the ruling Aam Aadmi Party of failing to deliver on many of the promises on which it had contested and won the elections. BJP, meanwhile, welcomed Gehlot's big call, saying that he took the right step at the right time. Here's a report.
In a potentially damaging blow to the Aam Aadmi Party, months ahead of the Delhi Assembly election, Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot resigned from the party on Sunday. In his resignation letter, a copy of which he posted on his X handle, Gehlot came down heavily on AAP Chief Arvind Kejriwal and Chief Minister Atishi. Gehlot, who was believed to be a close aide of Arvind Kejriwal and handled several important portfolios, accused the Aam Aadmi Party of failing to deliver on many of its poll promises. Singling out the Sheesh Mahal row, Gehlot termed the release of the inventory list of super luxury items in Kejriwal's office residence when he was Chief Minister as embarrassing. Questioned on Gehlot's resignation, the AAP Supremo pushed aside his microphone, saying the party will respond in due course of time.
सर, कैलाश गहलोत जी ने आज रिजाइन कर दिया पार्टी से और मंत्री पद से, इसको लेकर आप क्या कहेंगे? जी आप जवाब देंगे? दे रहे हैं, आपको जवाब चाहिए.
However, pressed further on the Gehlot question, the former Chief Minister abruptly walked away from a press conference. Meanwhile, reacting to the development, the BJP welcomed Gehlot's big decision, saying he took the right step at the right time.
जो मुद्दे दिल्ली की जनता के मुद्दे हैं और जिन मुद्दों को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी लगातार संघर्ष कर रही थी, और कैलाश गहलोत जैसा एक वरिष्ठ मंत्री जो वहाँ से निकल कर आके छोड़ता है, तो आप समझ लीजिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी में जो उसके भीतर कितना द्वंद्व चल रहा है, क्योंकि कोई भी ईमानदार आदमी जो दिल्ली को अच्छी दिल्ली बनाना चाहता है, दिल्ली को बेहतर दिल्ली बनाना चाहता है, वो अब उस लुटेरे को गैंग में काम नहीं करेगा.
The BJP claimed leaders in every constituency in Delhi were deserting the Aam Aadmi Party because of its corruption and loot of public wealth.
स्वागत कैलाश गहलोत जी के इस कदम का, और यही हालत आम आदमी पार्टी के गली गली के हर कार्यकर्ता की है. केजरीवाल गैंग के लूट और झूठ के खिलाफ आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ता उनका दम घुट रहा है, और हर विधानसभा में इसी तरह से उनके कार्यकर्ता इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं.
The party demanded Aam Aadmi Party's answer to the people on the serious charges leveled by Gehlot in his resignation letter, while claiming that cracks in the Sheesh Mahal were starting to show.
Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Sisodia, Mr. Jain have spent significant amount of time in jail. Their bail was rejected on multiple occasions. They have to face the charges on these very, very grave allegations. And when questions are asked of them, not only they have excuses and deflect, they will try to blame the others. They will blame the BJP, they will blame somebody else. So Mr. Gehlot resigning shows the crisis in the party, and it exposes the situation of the Aam Aadmi Party.
ये भ्रष्टाचार का बेड़ा डूब रहा है, और जब बेड़ा डूबता है तो सब छोड़कर भाग जाते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथी उसको छोड़कर भाग रहे हैं, और कैलाश गहलोत ने वो सब बातें कही जो आज तक हम कहते आ रहे हैं।
As one of Kejriwal's trusted lieutenants and minister quits, the question is, will it spark an exodus in the AAP going into the Delhi Assembly polls?
Shifting focus to Maharashtra now, ahead of the polls in the state, BJP leader Mithun Chakraborty spoke to Republic TV exclusively and reiterated the call for unity, the unity pitch. He further exuded confidence in the Mahayuti, saying that nothing else will work in this election. The Mahayuti will win. His report.
बड़े लीडर हैं. They have the power to say so many things. I'm a small man. But I will only one thing, save India.
मोदी जी कह रहे साथ है तो सेव है, साथ है तो सेफ है.
हाँ, तो ये कह रहा हूँ. My slogan is save India, and it has everything. I have said everything.
Do you think vote jihad have impact in this election?
Modi ji, not only now, even tomorrow will have the same impact. His magic will work every time.
What you have think this election is for development? What is the main issues in this election? What is the main issue of this election? Development?
Here,
Maharashtra.
देखिए, I have come here too because I know every election has issues. I want to tell the people here in Maharashtra, in Bombay, that जो है इधर शिवसेना बीजेपी, उन्हीं को रहने दीजिए, उन्हीं को वोट कर फिर से लाइए. क्यों? क्योंकि सेंटर में बीजेपी है. कोई भी प्रगति उन्नति करनी है तो आपको सेंटर से डायरेक्ट मदद मिलेगी.
We have breaking news coming in from Jhansi now. All right, we are getting in breaking news from West Asia right now. Hezbollah media head has been eliminated in Israeli strikes. That's the latest update we have right now. Israeli strikes on a building in central Beirut has led to the elimination of the Hezbollah media head. That's the big update we have right now. Mohammad Afif, the media relations chief of the Hezbollah, the Lebanese terror group, has been killed in an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon's Beirut. That's the big update we have right now. Viewers, intensive raids on Beirut's suburbs continues from Israel. Viewers in South Lebanon. Also, my colleague Arth joins us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Arth, of course, Israel continues to dismantle the leadership of the Hezbollah. The latest casualty is Mohammad Afif, the Hezbollah media head.
Indeed, Rakshita, Mohammad Afif was an important individual operating within the Hezbollah since the past 20 years. He was one of the most prominent spokespersons of the Hezbollah, the media chief. In fact, we have seen in the past other important leaders like Fuad Shukur of Hezbollah, like Fuad Shukur and Nasrallah, how they were eliminated, and how the densely populated area near Ras Al Naba, where the displaced people were taking refuge, has now been targeted. And according to the Lebanese Health Ministry, 1 person has been killed and 3 have been wounded as of now. That is what we are picking up on now, Rakshita. And sources of many reports also mention that the attack had likely taken place in an area where the Baath Party offices are located. So that is all we are picking up right now, Rakshita. And it must be remembered that Mohammad Afif, a very, very important face for the Hezbollah, the media chief, a very, very prominent spokesperson, has now been eliminated, adding another name to the long list of individuals, leaders of the Hezbollah who have been eliminated by the Israelis. Back to the studio,
Right.
Rakshita.
Thank you so much, Arth, for joining us with those details coming in from West Asia. Viewers, the Hezbollah media head killed in Israeli strikes in Beirut as Israel continues to pound several areas of Lebanon, including the southern regions. Viewers, we shift our focus to the other stories right now that we are tracking. In fact, we'll just get you more updates from across the country.
Administration is in its last leg, and what is expected as the last meeting between China's Xi Jinping and US President Xi reassured Biden that he's ready to work with Trump administration and improve relations between the two biggest economies. Biden met Xi on the sidelines of Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in Peru. Keeping Trump's aggressive trade policies in mind, Xi emphasized on maintaining a stable and sustainable relationship with the United States.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Wanted to build something that every Indian will use. We felt that payments, if digitized, could start a virtuous cycle of formalization of the economy in a way where we could dedicate 10, 20, 30 years of our lives in a very, very substantial and exciting way.
Director, the taste of success.
edition of the India Economic Summit 2024. The next session, with immense pride and honor, we introduce to you a true visionary, a stalwart of the Indian dairy industry, and the man who was responsible for transforming a humble cooperative into a global brand, Mr. Jayant Mehta, who's in the audience today. Suesha.
As the Managing Director of the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, Mr. Mehta has steered Amul to unprecedented heights. His strategic acumen, innovative thinking and unwavering dedication have not only revolutionized the dairy sector, but have also empowered millions of Indian farmers. From the lush green fields of Gujarat to the bustling metropolises of the world, Amul's journey is a testament to the power of cooperative farming and the spirit of entrepreneurship. And at the heart of this incredible story is the visionary leadership of Mr. Jayant Mehta.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Mr. Mehta, for traveling from Anand all the way and gracing the occasion for us. And we have had one chat earlier. My own association as a journalist with Amul goes back to 2003, 2004, when as a cub reporter I would be traveling to Anand from Vadodara and covering. And it was called Anand Circuit, so NDDB, Amul, everything, GCMMF. बहुत लोगों को नहीं पता होगा, Amul is a brand name. The organization is actually called Gujarat Cooperatives Milk Marketing Federation. And it's a fantastic, fantastic success story, not just of Gujarat, but of India, in the manner in which we surmounted crisis and really came out trumps. Coming out Trump is very fashionable, so came out trumps and became the largest milk producing and milk consuming nation in the world. Let's begin by asking, what's the latest? I was reading some headlines that you are reaching new frontiers, going to Europe. What's the plan?
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be here and more importantly with you all the time. Yes, Amul over the last 77 years, ever since the brand started way back in 1946 prior to independence, has been trying a lot of new things to see that the taste of India is not only delivered to the consumers in India but around the world. We've been exporting to more than 50 countries for the last several decades, but now we thought there's a chance and opportunity for us to get into fresh product business. And that's how we launched fresh milk in the United States a few months back. It's doing very well and it's got into mainstream with a unique product, which is like our Amul Gold full cream milk, 6% milk fat, which nobody in US ever imagined that you can have a milk like that, which is doing very well. And the same thing, we realized that Europe is a market where there is a large number of Indian diaspora and we need to find a way to enter that market. So we have tied up with a local cooperative there in Spain, and we'll be very soon launching our fresh milk range and followed with buttermilk, curds and a lot of other fresh products also. So this is way in which the brand gets global. More importantly, the taste of India gets global. We are able to address to the Indian diaspora and eventually create a market for Indian milk also around the world.
It's interesting, you know, America is known as the land of milk, honey and money. And to be exporting milk to the land of milk, how did the idea come? What triggered you into thinking that, okay, fine, there is a market there for Amul, for Indian milk?
So that again, the taste comes in there, and milk which they are used to is the cow milk, which is maximum 3% fat, and people under the fear of consumption of more fat go into skim milk, which is 0% fat and 1% and 2%. But the taste buds never go away anywhere, and the Indian diaspora obviously loves the creamy milk. There was a gap in the market. We found a very right partner in a cooperative there, and that's how we said that let's experiment with this idea. Fortunately, it worked very well because the entire marketing mix was in place, and today, as I can tell you very happily, that it's part of the mainstream US milk business. So you're right, the way in which we are going about right now, moving out of not just with the ethnic stores of India where you buy your typical Indian grocery items to the mainstream. I'm very confident in a couple of years down the line, Amul will be the only pan-American milk brand.
So are we going to see the ad, Amul Doodh Pita Hai America?
Of course. That's actually a validation of Amul Doodh Pita Hai India, and it's a very logical extension as well.
Right. And, you know, when we are talking about all this jargon, you know, brand, global reach, market, research, we forget that the real owners of Amul are farmers, particularly women. Yes. About 3 million of them.
Yes.
And they have one buffalo, two cows, and they are supplying milk, and they are owners of Amul in a way.
Absolutely, you are so right, because since you've been in Anand, you understand that anybody having a cow and buffalo across the country, likely in Gujarat at the moment where we are, can become a member of a dairy cooperative society. So 3.6 million farmer members, most of them women, are the owners of Amul. They collect close to 310 lakh liters of milk every day, which is collected through 18,600 village cooperative societies of Gujarat. There are 18 district milk processing unions who are affiliated, who are owned by, again, these village societies, and processed at about 107 plants within Gujarat and abroad. And we are marketing it through the network of the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, as you rightly mentioned, through a network of 87 branch offices, more than 20,000 distributors, 1 million retail outlets. 22 billion packs of Amul products are sold every year. This is the single largest consumer brand in terms of sheer number of packs sold globally, and a turnover of 80,000 crore, which is $10 billion. And the largest, not just food, but also the FMCG company in the world, and now ranked as the strongest food brand in the world by independent research, strongest dairy brand in the world. So the journey of Amul, which started with just 2 villages and a few women, actually has made a big transformation, not only for the livelihood of such a large number of women, but as a country, all of us take pride that our brand stands right at the top in the world. And this is what a model of a cooperative can do. Right. And this is what is a game changer for the nation.
Amazing. Actually, the crisis I was talking about, India was milk deficient, and we did not have enough for ourselves. And we were importing milk from places like New Zealand and Denmark and whatnot. And now when he mentions that Indian milk is available in American market, you're going to Europe. In fact, there is this interesting bit. In general parlance, जब जैसे मस्का लगाना बोलते हैं आजकल, तो पुराने ज़माने में बोलते थे पोल्सन लगाना, because Polson was a Dutch brand.
No, it was a brand owned by a Parsi gentleman, but he named it English sounding thing so that the initial customers in the pre-independence era were the foreigners or the Britishers. So he wanted to make it sound appealing to them, and that's why the
name this thing about not trusting your own names, that is something which Amul has made possible.
Absolutely.
And you mentioned that there are some plants outside India also?
As of now, we are processing it in the US. We are processing, we'll start soon in Europe also. So that's how we are building up a network of facilities within and outside the country.
And within India, how has been the journey? So Amul is typically seen as a Gujarat brand originally, but now I can have Amul products anywhere in the country. So has Amul set up plants outside of Gujarat, or is it just a franchisee model where you are having state cooperatives and lending your brand to them?
No, we have at the moment 107 dairy plants out, and within Gujarat there are only about 35. We are the largest brand of milk and fresh products in Delhi, for instance, since we are here. And there are 6 plants which are owned by our own district unions who are selling milk, procuring milk from around Delhi and processing it and selling milk in Delhi. So same applies to Bombay, same applies to Kolkata, same applies to almost 180 to 200 top cities of the country. So we are both local and global. We give the benefit of Amul model to milk producers outside Gujarat also. We work together with the local state cooperatives within the entire country and keep the market of cooperative brands stronger in each of the respective states. And that's how together the Amul model actually spread outside of Gujarat through the Operation Flood model across the length and breadth of the country, which made India the largest producer of milk in the world. So cooperatives have a very strong role to play, and not just the Amul model in Gujarat, but everywhere in the country you have a local cooperative brand which is very strong. Next door, Saras in Rajasthan is very strong. To Nandini in Karnataka, Avin in Tamil Nadu, Verka in Punjab, Sudha in Bihar. Every state the cooperatives are doing very well, and that's why we are all proud that India is the largest producer of milk in the world. 1/4 of the total milk in the world is produced in India. many of you may not know that milk is the largest agricultural crop of India. So India में जितना दूध का उत्पादन होता है, which is more than 60 crore liters a day, the value of output is 12 lakh crore rupees. It is more than the value of output of wheat, paddy, oil seeds put together.
This is for the entire year?
Entire year for the entire milk which is produced in the country. So more milk is moving from unorganized to organized sectors. Cooperatives are gaining prominence. There are cooperatives in about 2 lakh villages of India. And India has about 7 lakh villages. So the new Ministry of Cooperation has given this mandate that we should have 2 lakh more village cooperative societies in the balance 5 lakh villages of the country in the next 5 to 10 years. So what happened in 50 years of Operation Flood since 1970 to now is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. So more milk will come in the organized sector, more cooperatives will be part of every village of the country, every panchayat of the country, more women will be members of this cooperative. And today, as you rightly mentioned, if the women own the Amul brand, the money which we pay as consumers, if you spend 100 rupees on Amul products, 85% goes back to the farmer. So,
85?
Yeah. So
of every 100 rupees?
Yes. So this is the highest ratio anywhere in the world. A milk producer in Europe only gets 1/3 share of a consumer's dollar. Same in case of Europe, in say, New Zealand, Australia. But in India, it's more than 2/3. So this is the power of economic empowerment through cooperatives, providing livelihood with dignity in the villages. And I heard a question about SDGs in the previous session. Dairy cooperatives and this model actually takes care of most of the SDGs. So this is the power of this model, and that's why the new Minister of Cooperation is encouraging cooperatives in different spheres, creating more cooperative institutions to support the country, the economy of the country, use it as a model of women empowerment also. And all the money also goes directly in the bank accounts of women. So it is not just a notional or a symbolic ownership of the brand, it is also in form of money directly credited to the bank accounts of women.
Jain bhai, are there studies to prove that wherever Amul exists, at the village cooperative level, not Amul as in the brand, but the organization, the women are more empowered and hence the families are more empowered and the girl child education is better and the level of the quality of life is better because the women are empowered?
Yes, absolutely, because this is an empowered woman actually takes care of not just herself and the family, but the society also. And we've seen big transformation happening in lives of so many women, the quality of education, the socio-economic standards, the way in which they accept technology and adapt new technologies, and also run the business. So more than 1/3 of our village cooperative societies are 100% women-owned, women-operated, women-managed. So they are very good in managing businesses like many of our students in MBAs are, and they are able to demonstrate not just dairy farming, but also looking after the business part of it. And I think that's the big success of this particular movement.
You know, as someone who grew up in Uttar Pradesh and then migrated to Gujarat, and the one difference I saw between the two societies was the empowerment of women. And that really reflected in a lot of other development statistics and parameters, less crime, more progressive society. Do you see Amul as a tool of societal change also wherever you go outside Gujarat?
Absolutely, yes. So as I mentioned, the model actually the Amul model was replicated in different states of the country. So the model is already there. We are also there in terms of, since we are marketing milk in different parts of the country, we are also sourcing locally. And again, the same model is also being put in place. You pay the right price of milk to the farmer, provide veterinary services, give them ownership, and also involve them in what you do. So this is definitely a tool of social transformation, economic transformation, livelihood, and respect. Not just women, but also the society.
Fair enough. And we haven't seen the best yet, because you're saying as of now, cooperatives are in about 200,000 villages, and you have a target of, as part of Operation Flood 2.0, taking it to another 200,000 villages, or more actually.
Yes.
Another aspect of the success story is the communication strategy. And I would say it is fantastic. How many of you would recall that Amul girl? See it, watch it, all of it, the entire hall. You know, last session I asked, how how many of you have Demat accounts? Just about 55-60% said yes. But everyone has seen the Amul girl, and that's fantastic because, whenever I'm writing those top jackets or supers I have to write sometimes, I think of that Amul girl ad, where everything is communicated with such brevity in 3 words.
Yes.
The latest one, of course, was the Buckingham murders, on which the play was
Yes.
baking with makhan. So how does it really happen? Like, are you part of that strategy? You would have seen it closely.
Yes and no. Yes, because as a client, obviously we endorse whatever the agency comes out. And no, because the agency has full creative freedom to do what it wants in terms of wordplay, the theme, the messaging on its own. And I would be seeing the topical at the same time you are seeing it as a consumer. So we don't have an editorial interference in what the messaging is all about. This is perhaps the only brand in the world in which the client does not approve, quote unquote, the creative. And the agency has been given this creative liberty and freedom to publish it on billboards, in print, in social media. And we as the client who would sign the bill for sure would see it like the normal consumers do. So this is a unique part of this campaign, and that's how the agency has maintained the topicality of it. Amul Girl has maintained a place in everyone's heart because whatever she says and speaks is what is the mood of the nation. Yeah. At times she is sad, at times she is happy, but it is not that she is talking to someone with any malice. She has the best interest of the country at heart, of each of the consumers at heart, and in a very cheeky, humorous, very light way, she communicates what is the mood of the nation.
You remember, like, it's of course the present mood of the nation, but I could recall maybe 20 years back some of those Amul topicals. But moving on. So you're talking about villages, you're talking about women, many of them might not be educated, they are just taking care of 1 buffalo or 2 cows in their family, in the shed, in the village. And this fantastic communication strategy which makes it such a uber cool urban brand in terms of brand recall. So my question is that what's next? You have achieved so many frontiers in the recent past, from United States to Europe now. What's next?
This is, to my mind, just a beginning. And I'll tell you with some numbers that Amul today handles 1/4 of the total organized milk in the country. But organized sector is only 1/4 of the total production in the country. So to put in numbers, we handle close to, say, 3 crore liters of milk a day. India produces 60 crore liters of milk a day. A big change happening in the mindset of the consumers post-COVID, for sure, is converting from loose to packaged and branded. Okay. And that is not just in milk. It is in buttermilk also, it's in curd also, it's in paneer also, it's in khoa also, it's in Meiteis.
Because of the hygiene factor.
Hygiene factor. And that's where the organized sector comes in. And you look at it broadly, India also produces 5% more milk every year, but we're not looking at that 3 crore liters on 60 crore liters. But assume that 3 crore is 5% people shift from loose to package and branded. That's another 3 crore liters of milk, which is what our current volumes are. So our internal belief is you can add 1 Amul every year in India. And believe me, we are an 80,000 crore, a $10 billion brand, the largest food brand, FMCG brand in the country. But still, we are working with that ambition and aspiration that if consumers are shifting from loose to package and branded, and not just in rural areas, in urban areas, everywhere, we have the opportunity to double actually every year, if we wish to, and if we have the will to. And of course, we need to develop a capability to. So I can be very, very assured, and I can tell you that this is a great opportunity within the country. Second, looking at the global dairy industry and the situation, what's happening globally, dairy industry is in a lot of pressure in all the developed countries. Today, we are producing, as I mentioned, 1/4 of the total milk in the world. In next 10 years, India will produce 1/3 of the total milk in the world. So here we have a chance as India to become a dairy to the world. Which means, Honorable Prime Minister, when he told a few months back that he wants Indian food brands to be on everyone's dining table in the world, dairy is a job for itself. It is very much possible for the dairy industry of India to be a dairy to the world. And that's why when you talk of global expansion and the models of doing it, it is with this particular vision that we can be on the breakfast table of an American to a European to a Southeast Asian country and build the market for not just the Indian milk, but the Indian brands, develop this soft power and actually dominate the world.
One interesting aspect that I see as a consumer, I'm not a business journalist, but I just observe things. So one is the plain vanilla dairy products like milk, buttermilk, and butter, and then you see that fantastic lineup of Amul getting into whey proteins, chocolate powder, and of course ice creams. It's a legend. So. Though, of course, I would wish that maybe those products were a little more visible. I don't know why you have chosen just to put them on your website and not, in general retail. So I should be able to get it on a Zepto or a Swiggy. Yeah. But still, how was this strategy planned to get into markets which are very urban, uber niche, catering to that kind of segment?
There are two insights to it. One, A, is the consumer insight. When people become more conscious of their health, and we know each one of us has to consume 1 gram of protein per kg of body weight every day. So it is not just consuming protein in form of a whey protein or a kala dabba which you are used to, but protein in any form of food items that you consume. But the maths has to be there that if you're weighing 60 kg, you need 60 grams of protein, and you do have maths every day. So we worked with this insight, and they said that milk is a superfood. Milk has all the good nutrients that you want, but when consumers are looking at macros, which is the fat, protein, and carbs, how do we get into their mind space? Second, it is very logical. We are the largest producer of cheese and paneer in the country. And so, obviously, we have the best quality whey available with us. And then if you use this technology to convert this liquid protein from the liquid whey into protein for the products like buttermilk, lassi, or super milk, which is 35 grams protein per 250 ml, then we have won the game. India will not need to import anything, and we will be utilizing our resources. I was in one International Dairy Federation's conference way back in 1999. I'll tell a very short incident, where one of the scientists said that today when you use milk to make cheese, you eat the cheese and throw the whey away. But a day will come when you will throw away the cheese and use the whey. And this was 1999, 25 years back. I heard it. The first soch was, I mean, how is it possible? I mean, cheese is so valued and we love cheese. But then once we started working on whey and the components of whey and using technology to break down the protein out of the whey and use it, we realized that we have a game changer. And that's how we have a big range of high protein products. I can assure you, today we are doing it only on our own shop.amul.com portal. It's direct to consumer because we are also learning how to be direct to consumers, not be dependent on the e-com things. Because today we know every single customer of Amul protein. And when I launch a new product, I need to just send an SMS or a WhatsApp and we get the orders.
But I'm sure at half the price?
Yes, it is half the price, less than half the price. But more importantly, it's quality. And the marketing line is only one word and one line that we need to consume 1 gram of protein per kg of body weight every day. Everybody does the maths. It can be a senior citizen, it can be a young child, it can be a gym goer, it can be a normal girl in her adult sense. Everyone, if they start doing it, we have won the game.
And you know what the scientists told you in 1999, our gaon ka pehlwans, they know it. So, they don't throw the whey.
Yes.
They drink it.
Yes.
And that's how they do the pehlwani.
But that whey is, the cheese whey is only 0.6 to 0.9%. And what we consume is 8 to 15%. And that's where the technology of bringing out the whey protein and converting into a drink, which is affordable, which is tasty, because whey otherwise is not very tasty, and also affordable and available, which is you rightly mentioned.
Fantastic. Any questions in the audience? Yes, Smriti.
Very good afternoon, sir. My name is Smriti Mishra. Sir, as we all are journalists, our main focus has to be on the marketing and advertising of this entire brand, because milk is something, as you rightly said, as even sir was asking, the question, that milk is something which is there at the very grassroots level, right? In the villages where it is produced. And at the same time, parallelly, somewhere you're building the brand outside India, in the world, right? So I want to know, I know that, as you said that you're indirectly involved in the editorial team. I want to know how Amul as a brand is bridging that gap, is able to build that brand where Amul is known in every household. At the same time, it is able to build that brand where outside, India's milk is being represented by the brand Amul.
You asked a very difficult question. But the simple answer is that you need to understand what the consumers want and how you do it by leveraging the brand's association with the customers. Before that, let me tell you a fun fact that we spend less than 1% of our turnover on advertising. Most companies, private, multinational, spend 5 to 12% of their turnover on advertising.
Amazing.
So this is where you need to work with a very frugal mindset, frugal budgets, but extend the brand in such a way that you are able to reach out to that customer, reinforce the message you want to do, have a portfolio of products which meet that requirement, and more importantly, it should not be your grandfather's brand. It has to be your brand, and that we have to continuously keep talking to every generation so that he or she of the next generation would be thinking it's my brand, it's talking to me, it is designing products what I want. Classic case is chocolates and dark chocolates. I mean, we are the largest brand of dark chocolates today in the country without spending a single rupee on advertising because we were listening to every single customer. And that's how we said that instead of the sugary chocolates, let us get into a space which the young consumers want to be. Same is case of protein, same is case of organics, same is case of probiotics. So using technology, using science, using this bond which Amul already has with the consumers, leveraging the brand, and increasing its presence and distribution is what is a game changer.
You know, it's amazing. We're wrapping up. Many times I pick up that Amul dark chocolate because of the fantastic cover, you know. It's so beautifully made. Of course, the chocolate is also fantastic. Thank you so much for this great session.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Amul, of course, would be part of India 2047, a success story.
Yeah, that will be the 100th year of Amul as well. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
wanted to build something that every Indian will use. We felt that payments, if digitized, could start a virtuous cycle of formalization of the economy in a way where we could dedicate 10, 20, 30 years of our lives in a very, very substantial and exciting way.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome, friends. The fact that you're watching News Sunday shows how seriously you take what's happening around you and the country. So let's have an engaging news conversation over the next half hour. Last 24 hours have seen the spiral of violence return to Manipur. The state is on the boil again after 6 Meiteis, abducted a few days ago, were found dead and their mortal remains recovered from the Barak River over the last couple of days. While this is the immediate trigger for the latest round of unrest, Manipur has been undergoing bad times for over 2 years now. While the region is known to have lived through unrests that have lasted longer in the 1990s and early 2000s, something has to give. Simply put, we cannot allow this to fester because Manipur has become a national security question. We have reported earlier on the foreign element in the crisis. And the latest controversy surrounding Mizoram Chief Minister Lal Duoma's comments in the United States on the greater Kuki land are indicative of the possible repercussions if this is allowed to go on. Let's understand the situation in Manipur tonight. Headlines first.
Not only damage the exterior of the house, but all the belongings which were inside were vandalized, and everything in this house has been set on fire. The entire house was set on fire.
And Biren Singh and local MLAs' houses targeted by violent mobs amid clampdown and unrest in Manipur. Amid tensions in Manipur, Home Minister Amit Shah holds key review meeting in Delhi. He will chair key security review meetings with top officials tomorrow as well. As violence continues in Manipur, Conrad Sangma's NPP has withdrawn support from the Biren Singh government in Imphal. Delhi Minister and senior AAP leader Kailash Gehlot quits party, says controversies like Sheesh Mahal plaguing the AAP reputation. Nigeria honors Prime Minister Narendra Modi with its highest civilian award, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. Prime Minister Modi also addresses Indian diaspora in Abuja. While interacting with the diaspora, PM said, and I quote, "You have always been Bharat's strongest brand ambassadors for me." All right, friends, we have seen how the situation has panned out in Manipur in the last 24 hours with the homes of important people there in Imphal, including that of Chief Minister Biren Singh, being targeted by restless Meitei mobs after those 6 Meiteis abducted over the last week. Their bodies were found from various places, including floating in the Barak River. In fact, this targeting of those VIP homes, including sitting ministers and MLAs, clearly shows the kind of frustration that's building up in Manipur on all sides. Let's look at the developments of the last 24 hours and then I'll come back for a conversation.
Manipur hurled into a fresh spell of anarchy and chaos a day after the mortal remains of 6 abducted Meitei people, including women, were recovered. A mob tried to storm the residence of Chief Minister Biren Singh, while there were multiple reports of furious protesters targeting the properties of ministers and MLAs. Dramatic visuals showed vehicles up in flames and houses gutted as a fresh wave of tensions and violent protests gripped the troubled northeast state.
This is the residence of Minister Govindas Kanthozam. The house was attacked by mob last night and you can see the damage, extensive damage in fact that has been caused in this house by the mob which stormed into the residence of the minister last night, and they not only damaged the exterior of the house but all the belongings which were inside were vandalized, and everything in this house has been set on fire.
As tensions escalated, the Chief Minister came under fire from his cabinet colleague. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah cancelled 2 rallies that he was to address in the pole-bound Maharashtra and rushed back to Delhi as fresh tensions gripped Manipur. Home Minister Amit Shah also reviewed security meeting and will hold a key meet with the top officials in the national capital tomorrow. The Director General of the CRPF also rushed to Manipur as the state descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in a big blow to Biren Singh government, Conrad Sangma-led NPP withdrew support from government. Responding to the fresh spell of violence, former CM and Congress leader Okram Ebobi Singh said that the people of Manipur were not in favor of the imposition of president's rule in the state.
Resignation and replacement, either resignation of the present incumbent chief minister or replacement of this present chief minister, Mr. Biren. This is their outlook. This is party affairs within the party of the BJP. they should have to be decided. Number two, this president imposing president rule in the state of Manipur is not advisable. People of Manipur does not like president rule.
With the protests escalating and the houses and properties of people's representatives pillaged, vandalized and torched, the pressure is growing on the cornered CM to restore order and rule of law in troubled Manipur.
All right, welcome back, and joining me in this very short conversation, we have Mr. Ghanshyam Mishra. He's representing the view of the Congress party and leans against the BJP. He's joining us live from Delhi. I believe we also have Rami Niranjan Desai, who closely tracks the northeastern region and is an analyst. And let me begin with you, Savio. Savio, really frustration building up on all the sides. People getting fed up. These must be Meiteis unhappy with the government to be carrying out this kind of vandalism and targeting the ministers and MLAs. Something has to give. What can happen now in Manipur so that situation is brought under control?
See, the most important thing for us to understand in Manipur right now is that there are certain nefarious elements that are working to destabilize the current government as well as the northeast efforts of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this has been happening for the last 18 months. One of the main reasons for the conflict and the accentuation of the conflict is the fact that you have a very large narcotics lobby and you have a lot of foreign interferences as far as delivering weapons, delivering the money that's required to keep a conflict on burn. And this is continuing for the last 18 months. It was planned much earlier. What is required to be done, in my humble opinion, is that the government needs to first disarm the people who have weapons in Manipur at this point of time. The disarmament of weapons should have happened within the first 6 months itself. Yet, there is still weapons that are lying with people who are acting as protectors of their own communities, people on both sides, whether it's Meiteis and Cookies. And what you see in the recent horrific crime that has been committed on those 6 abducted Meiteis, especially the toddler and the young child, is horrific and it is demonic, to say the least. That kind of anger, that kind of hate has been allowed to perpetuate over a period of time, over the last 18 months. And we are trying to get the people to come together and see eye to eye. But that's not happening. And that's not happening primarily because you have external forces trying to push a separatist agenda in Manipur. Let's be extremely clear about that. But the most important thing that needs to be done by the center is to take control of the situation in Manipur and to reach out to the common man. I'm not talking about the influencers, I'm not talking about the insurgents, I'm not talking about the terrorists that are unleashing the hell. I'm talking about the common people need to have confidence back in Mr. Narendra Modi, because for the last 10 years, prior to this conflict, the confidence of the people of Manipur and Northeast was with Prime Minister Modi, and that is the confidence we need to get back by taking the corrective measures right now.
Okay, let me bring in Rami on this. Rami, the external forces that Savio is talking about, we are familiar about this, right? We know what has happened recently in the case of Mizoram. We know what has, Savio is talking about disarming people. We know from where the arms are coming, the fluidity of the border, which the union government has tried to tackle, but maybe not to full success. You think that it's going to be easy to disarm people now that it has not happened for 18 months? And if not, how it can be achieved?
Good evening, Abhishek. I think the Manipur conflict we've spoken about for the last 2 years because there is a conflict. Unfortunately, we forget history and we forget that previous conflicts in the state have taken over 7 years, over 9 years to resolve. These are not easy conflicts. The northeastern region has been in a because of its peculiar geographical location, has been it's been susceptible to all sorts of international interferences or cross-border or transnational ethnic interferences. Having said that, I think it's high time we lay the responsibility of this on the shoulders where we should be laying it. We cannot blame everything on external agencies. External agencies and external interference has always been there on the borders of the Northeast, and we've had to bear the brunt of it. But having said that, we have to lay responsibility on the people who are not yet, even after such horrific crimes are being done, coming out and condemning people just because they are from the same community. This spells to me a larger problem, a bigger disaster that is going to happen. Look, we can talk about disarmament, we can talk about our forces, we can talk about the government, but the fact of the matter is that this conflict has almost brought out the worst that we have ever seen in any of the conflicts that have happened. Babies and women are attacked. But please allow me a minute, because this is a very serious topic. When we talk about disarmament, Abhishek, it's not that easy, because now weapons are being made in their homes. We've seen this happen with RPGs. We've seen this happen with drones. We know that there is this sort of crude way wherein they can make these weapons. And, this has happened before also, it's happening now as well. So disarmament, again, is not that easy, because it's not just weapons that we know were registered and was stolen. The other problem is that unless communities get involved, and this I've been saying from day one, no conflict will get resolved unless communities.
The question is, why has it not been done? I mean, if it sounds so simple that if the community is involved or the communities are involved, the civil society is involved, then maybe a solution can be found. But that's not does not seem to be happening now.
Therefore, you lay responsibility on the shoulders of the people as well, because this is known as a state of CSOs. The amount of CSOs that Manipur has, no other state does. How is it possible that...
So it's not working. It's not working. It's not working somehow. Gyanendra Mishra, can the Congress come out with something more than fishing in troubled waters, saying that, okay, fine, our MLAs would also resign if there can be an election? You think this is the time for holding elections in Manipur in the kind of crisis we are seeing, the kind of violence and unrest we are seeing?
No, Abhishek, so see, the situation in Manipur is the gravest concern for all of us. And it looked like an abject failure, if I can say, of the ruling dispensation to address this burning issue with the sincerity and commitment it deserves. I don't understand. So first of all, I just fail to understand that why the Honorable Prime Minister has made an ego issue out of it, that till today, after 18 months of unabated violence, there is not a single statement from the leader of the country, not a single visit of the leader of the country, such an influential and prominent and well-respected leader, if I can say. His personal attention would have been made a difference as far as addressing this burning issue is concerned. See, for the last 18 months, we are conveniently talking about it has an historical context, it has an ethnic context, it has a boundary context. But how long we are going to give these alibis without understanding that it is seemingly a complete failure on the part of ruling dispensation to engage with the people, stakeholder in the right honest to address this issue and find a solution. Otherwise, this unabated violence is going on and on. And give me one sec. Yes.
And, you see, I don't recall, Manipur is not unfamiliar with these kind of crises. And both, you would know, and Rami knows, and Savio knows, and even Nikhil Jain knows that there was a time when these kind of civil unrest would go on for years together. In the 1990s, for good 7 years. No Prime Minister visited, not even Home Minister visited. Here you have a situation where the Home Minister has spent a few days going through those affected districts and areas and assessing the situation for himself. Now, it's the nature of the crisis is such, with the foreign hand involved, that it has to be a work of
the entire society coming together. Nikhil Jain, you're raising your finger, but then there has to be some solution. You can't just be fishing in troubled waters.
Abhishek, first of all, the situation in Manipur with regards to the civil unrest certainly has been there for decades, but not to this extent. It's like comparing getting hit by a cycle with getting hit by a truck. What is happening since the past 1.5 years, the kind of mad violence, the kind of bifurcation of the state, the absolute failure of the state government as well as the central government and the central security forces in trying to calm down the situation is not something that the state has seen before at this scale for this long a continued period. And the problem here is also the fact that despite the fact that you have the same ruling party in the state and the center, there isn't strong cohesion between the state government and the central government. Look at what the BJP state government in Manipur is asking the BJP central government in Delhi. They are asking for the removal of AFSPA. Why can there not be coordination between the two governments when there were made panels that were to talk about these? And what you really
I don't think the situation is now
a strong dialogue with the people.
I don't think it's about AFSPA anymore, Nikhil, the situation that's there on the ground. Quickly tell me 30 seconds. You think President's rule would help?
Point is not
Quickly tell me in 30 seconds President's rule would help?
No. Is it to me?
To Nikhil.
So I really don't know. At this point of time, I really don't know. One
Okay, Savio, you think President's rule would help? Quick answer.
Well, I think if it's coordinated with the right steps from the center to deal with the nefarious elements in Manipur, it could help. But right now also we have a BJP government at the state and the BJP government at the center, which are working together. So I don't know how the president's rule is going to make much of a difference. But yes, if there's going to be complete control in the hands of the armed forces to deal with and bring the people to the top table, the communities, as Rami was talking about, then yes, it might help.
Rami, you think the community organizations would feel more confident if there is president's rule, a short bout of it, given the fact that there is already a situation where an NDA ally has withdrawn support from the Biren Singh government and there is a veritable crisis in terms of the stability of the government already?
Look, I want to answer a couple of questions before this. My panelists previously said that we haven't seen a conflict of this gravity before. It tells me exactly how much you know about Manipur, because 700 people died in the 90s conflict between the Kukis and the Nagas. Sir, I think you will have to also take responsibility of the fact that Sioux agreement by which order we have these amount of weapons out in the open was also signed by your blessings. We will also have to take responsibility the fact that not 1 inch of border control was implemented or fencing was done under the decades of Congress rule in Manipur, knowing that this sort of situation has happened. So I think instead of washing your hands off, what we are now seeing the consequences of, I think we have to start accepting that let's not play politics in this. Let's look at this from now a humanitarian lens, because there are babies and women who are being killed.
Yes.
This is not
and both the sides.
Anymore. This is about, having some sort of balance come back amongst the people in Manipur. So I condemn this sort of politicking, whether it's on a debate or anywhere else, because these are babies who are dying now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number two, let me say this,
Rami, quickly, 15 seconds, quickly. I have to.
When you talk about NPP and all, removing support from the BJP government, it's not going to make a difference to the state government. But let me tell you, we have to look at it as a whole. There are 6 Meiteis communities in Meghalaya. So there is a certain amount of pressure
nobody says it's going to be simple, but I thought maybe just a short bout of president's rule perhaps could inculcate a sense of confidence on all the sides. Remember, the pictures that we have seen coming through the day of violence in the Imphal are clearly representative of the kind of frustration that's building up even in the Meiteis. This Congress narrative or opposition narrative that Meiteis have been treated with kid gloves by the Biren Singh government because he is a Meitei, and so that sort of a narrative was pushed. But that's not the case. Even the Meiteis are unhappy. Remember, the 6 who have lost their lives in the latest spiral of violence happen to be from the Meitei community. We know what is happening on the Kuki side also. We have seen drones being used. We have seen the foreign hand, and of course nobody said solution to this Manipur crisis is going to be easy. Perhaps president's rule is a way out in the short term. Thanks, everyone. Nikhil Jain, and we have Rami and Savio. And thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for joining us. Short break. On the other side, the India Economic Summit clips continue.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
wanted to build something that every Indian will use. We felt that payments, if digitized, could start a virtuous cycle of formalization of the economy in a way where we could dedicate 10, 20, 30 years of our lives in a very, very substantial and exciting way.
Director, the taste of success.
In a move that can be seen as a victory for India of sorts, the International Cricket Council removed Pakistan-occupied Kashmir cities from the ICC Champions Trophy Global Tour. The earlier schedule released by the Pakistan Cricket Board had the trophy tour go to 3 POK cities. Reports suggested that BCCI Secretary Shah had spoken to the ICC and condemned the PCB for the decision to include POK cities in the tour. The ICC put the tour on hold and then released a revised list of cities for the tour on Saturday. It is the latest in a long line of issues to plague the Champions Trophy, which started with India's refusal to travel to Pakistan for the tournament. This led to suggestions the tournament could be moved out of Pakistan, with South Africa being named as potential hosts and even India being mooted as a destination for the returning tournament. Issues really came to a head after the Pakistan Cricket Board pushed back at reports that it was willing to make adjustments in the schedule of the Champions Trophy, including adopting a hybrid model as it was uncertain that India would travel to Pakistan. There were hopes that the tournament could have been held in the hybrid model as existing socio-political environment as well as security concerns meant the Indian team travelling to Pakistan was not going to be on the cards. As of now, we haven't decided anything as far as the Champions Trophy. Our stand is as it is. The hybrid model is not under consideration, a source close to the PCB was quoted as saying as per media reports. The last tournament that Pakistan hosted was the Asia Cup in 2023, and it was conducted in a hybrid model with India playing their matches in Sri Lanka as the government refused to permit the players to travel across the border. However, the PCB and the Pakistan government have been less willing to consider this idea for the Champions Trophy than they were for the Asia Cup, with all suggestions pointing towards the board preferring to retain the hosting rights and not sharing matches with any other country. Relations between
Join us as we welcome Samir Nigam, a visionary, an innovator, and a catalyst of India's financial growth.
Hi everyone. Let me first start by congratulating the Republic team. What a wonderful campus you have and what a wonderful event. Thank you for having me here. I normally don't do keynotes. I prefer discussions that are topical. But when Arnav reached out and said, talk about how you're going about building PhonePe as opposed to, a product launch or a feature launch, that's normally what startups get asked about. I couldn't resist. Over the next few minutes, I'll walk you through sort of 4 dimensions of how we went about or are going about trying to build what we hope will be a durable, generational company. But let me start with the roots, right? We're sitting here in Noida today in 2024. I remember as I was driving in, I actually lived in Noida from 1984 onwards. So I was born into a defense family, one of the very early developers of this place called Noida, when Delhi was the capital. And I remember the distinction just between the capital of the country and a city that was right next to it. It was a very small town. And what a transformation we've seen. 40 years is a very small window of time. PhonePe has been around for less than a decade. That's also a really small window of time. I didn't know that when I was working on my first startup. I didn't know that on my second startup. But I can tell you as you get older, 10 years is a very short window of time. And we are still a very young democracy. And I think one of the things that we love about what we are doing as a company today, there's now 25,000 PhonePayers as part of the mission, is that we have a connected vision. We have a vision for what we are trying to build. Let me start with our vision statement. We penned this down sometime in 2017, about a year into our launch. We said we want to build something for every Indian. We don't want every Indian who's interested in doing digital payments. We wanted to build something that every Indian will use. The every part of it was very important. My co-founders and I had already worked at Flipkart for 3 or 4 years, so we'd seen the e-commerce sort of rocket ship. But e-commerce was reaching maybe 10, 15 crore Indians. We felt that payments, if digitized, could start a virtuous cycle of formalization of the economy in a way where we could dedicate 10, 20, 30 years of our lives in a very, very substantial and exciting way. And I'll share some data with the audience, and hopefully you'll sort of agree. The session just before this, somebody talked about how India's progress started with UPI. We'll share some numbers there. What a transformation that's been. But the idea here is we want to make sure that no one's left behind. everyone's progress should start getting liberalized. Everyone should have equal access to money and then to services, all sorts of financial services, goods, other digital services. And the best way to start is by making sure everyone has digital payments. So where are we today? You could go to the next one. Allow me to share with you, in partnership with Map My India, another Indian startup, a heat map of real transactions by Indian consumers over the last 8 years. 99% of these are on UPI, by the way. If you just see the length and breadth of the country today is using digital payments. This has happened in 8 years. In sheer reach, we are now at over 50 crore users, and this is PhonePe alone. I'm sure that digital payments reaches even more. There's other players in the market. But just look at that journey. Let's go to the next one. In terms of merchants, and please note on the top left, you'll see when COVID happens, people start small businesses in the hinterland, you'll see the entire map light up. There is not a nook and corner in the country that does not accept digital payments now. This is happening in real time. And the first and second and third order impact of those digitization revolutions that are happening are visible. I'll show you just one more. So people know that PhonePe processes payments. This is a heat map of how insurance premiums are being paid on PhonePe. Just notice it's on a lag. You saw with the consumers, everything's red and really, really big numbers. Insurance is starting to grow that way. Digital lending is growing. So the penetration that we've made with payments and the data that's come out of it is allowing banks and insurers and AMCs to build products for the masses in a way that was unimaginable, honestly, 10 years ago, right? And that's the animal instincts of entrepreneurship and industry that we as a company want to sort of unleash. If you go to the next one, I think this is the humbling part. As much as we believe we've done good work in the last 8 to 10 years, our vision is to actually democratize progress for 1 billion Indians. Technology should allow us to reach there. Telecom has gotten there. Everyone's got data. Everyone's got YouTube. But as of today, we remind ourselves we've just got to about 40% of Indians. Now, this data, for economists in the audience, this is our extrapolation of the tiering in India. It's 80-90% accurate. Our own data is accurate. As you can see, the penetration of digital payments in India started with the metros, started with the big cities. Most people sitting in this audience would all be using a PhonePe or perhaps a GPay or a Paytm or some other app. That penetration by COVID end had got to every city in tier 2. But the remarkable thing that actually happened during the pandemic is that revolution actually also reached our villages. Tier 6 cities are cities with 5,000 or less people. Tier 2 and below is about 70% of India. We're making progress, but we have miles to go. And I think that's our first North Star. We want to make sure that at least in payments, if not in other categories, we are able to light up India coast to coast, pillar to post, right? So 40% is where we are at. We have lots to cover. So let's talk about how we think or how we're going about trying to build a great company. Building great products in the startup world, we all use them, we like them, but one of the unfortunate things in the last couple of decades is durable multi-generational companies have stopped getting created. All of us can think about that really good app that we used 20 years ago that exists no more, whether it's a Yahoo that gets replaced with the Google, whether it's a MySpace that gets replaced with the Facebook, the longevity of companies has gone down. One of the things that we are trying to do, we started, before we figured out what PhonePe would do, given that we were starting the company a little later, we were almost 40, Rahul and myself. Our third co-founder is actually based in the US, but he was building because his father, who's no longer with him, told him to build for India. So he was one of those NRIs that was being talked about earlier today. He wanted to build. We had learnings. And we said, let's build a company which has a foundation very deeply rooted in culture and values, learn from the Tatas and the Infosys and the sort of stalwarts of the industry. So what we actually have is a pretty elaborate set of culture and values that kids hate. We literally indoctrinate them. These are written on every building in our office. You get them with your orientation kit. We make you rehearse them as much as you can. But they're sacred to us because they remind us whether you're doing well or you're not, whether the markets are good or they're not. These remind us the mission that we are on. These remind us the kind of company we want to create. And I didn't put heat to it when I was building my first startup. We made money, we got users, but the company did not have a binding value system that made us navigate issues, market changes, pandemics and whatnot. I think as you sort of make your early mistakes and become a serial entrepreneur, one of the things that you really learn to treasure is institution building. And so one of my favorite ones in this is at the bottom left. We call it positive disruption. It's very, very personal. To PhonePe, we talk about the fact that we will not disrupt somebody's profit pool just because we can. We will increase the size of the pie of any market we enter. Otherwise, we will not enter. Now, why is that important? Everyone's talking about the economy in terms of macros. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 10 trillion, 20 trillion, 50 trillion. These things don't happen in macros. You can track them in macros, but they happen at the grassroots in terms of compounding in daily lives. So you got to create enablers. And if you take capital in the startup world, we see this all day long. One of the realities is that if there's a really exciting market opportunity, 50 venture capitalists and 100 good entrepreneurs will chase it, and margins go to zero, and you're cutting each other instead of creating. One of the things we love about India Stack and DPI is things like UPI open up markets, things like Account Aggregator open up markets. So we work very closely with them. The other thing that I think from personal sort of experiences, I love sports. I grew up playing a lot of sports, and I got most of my learnings in life through sports. Whether you play cricket, football, individual sports, teamwork and loyalty and a good mix of talent is super important. One of the things that you'll see here and on the next slide is we are a 9-year-old company. The founders have known each other for 27 years. Boris and I have known each other for 20 years. The average tenure of the people working together in this company at the leadership is actually longer than the company itself has existed. Many of us are doing a second or third tango together. Now, why is this important in the PhonePe journey? One of the benefits you have of working with people that you've known for a long time is that you can fight and argue all day long about ideas and no one gets hurt or upset. It's like family. You just hold a mirror and say, this is the right way to do it. No one's building careers, everyone's mission oriented. If they were building careers, they'd be worrying about how the other person thought about what you said, how does this look to my boss? We've all been there. And we said, you know what, let's not do that. So culturally, I think this is a very big element of PhonePe. And this flows down. We do a lot of things unconventionally. Some that drive even some of our former investors and board members crazy. We don't do written calibration at the leadership. We don't do quarterly and annual evaluation and grading. I find that counterproductive. We give each other feedback every day. But we don't do it in writing and grade you and slot you into a bucket or do curve fitting. I think it destroys mission orientation. So at PhonePe, we bring in people that we believe are interested in solving for 1 billion Indians. That's it. As long as you're interested and you're talented, everything else falls in line. Go to the next one. Two things that most people don't talk about often enough. We keep hearing headlines all over the media about this company raised this much money, this company raised this much money, or the valuation. We focused, again, benefit of hindsight, we focused our energies on what kind of investors we want. Because investors, in fact, long-term stable investors really, really help. And what you'll see at PhonePe is a mix of some sovereign investors, institutional investors who will stay for 20, 30 years and let you build, really let you build, and some strategic investors. We have Walmart and Tencent and Microsoft. These are companies themselves that have done things at massive scale. They are generational companies. So we get tremendous learning from them. And we are starting to actually get more domestic capital into the company as well, and we'll talk about that. But I think it's very important to get the right investors, not the right valuation. Valuations build. Don't time the markets, time the business. Again, startups don't talk about their boards. Our board is very carefully crafted. We have some incredibly good technology giants in there, like Binny Bansal, the founder of Flipkart, is there. We have the CFO of PayPal. He took the company public, one of the biggest fintech successes. To head our risk committee, we have the former revenue secretary of the country. Each of these people serve as both advisors and mentors to both myself and our management team. And finally, and I said this at the beginning, we do a lot of things differently. One of them is we focus on different things. We are that weird startup that actually likes regulation. Because we chose to be in payments and we said we want to go and build payments for 1 billion people, we have been regulated from day zero. And today we are regulated across 4 different regulators. And we take pride in it. Our compliance team is almost probably the second largest team in the company. It's bigger than finance, it's bigger than marketing, it's bigger than legal, it's bigger than a lot of functions, it's bigger than product. And that gives you durability over time. These are things that I wish they were teaching us in business school or startup TED Talks when I was starting out my first time. Spent 15 precious years unlearning what I had learned in the first few years. But these are the things that are helping us build PhonePe, not helping us build the product. Now I'll come to how we are building PhonePe itself. So if you can go to the next slide, skip this one. The first thing that you need to do before you can build great products is to actually build a really, really strong foundation layer, obviously. So if you can go to the next slide, please. We build all our infrastructure for PhonePe in-house. All of our infrastructure is localized to India. And I'm proud to report that we build our servers in liquid cooling technology, the first of its kind in India. There's a novel initiative with Dell. So this is clean tech data centers getting built out in India. Highly, highly sustainable, highly, highly scalable. Lots of fun to build. We build all our tech in-house. We don't use public clouds for payments. This is citizens' data. We want to make sure it's very secure. And we use data ethically, but we use it pervasively. We use it abundantly to solve a lot of different kinds of problems. Many people, I have seen this personally, tell us, PhonePe nahi chalta, tab baki apps chalte hain. And that's because we actually have one of the most sophisticated kill switches. One of the things that we did to build trust is that if we think that your payment will not go through and your money will get stuck, we don't let you make the payment, we block it. That's called a kill switch. We built that technology in 2016, months after UPI launch, because we found failure rates were high. So initially people would try other apps. We knew our own practices were making people try competitor apps. And my co-founder, who's the CTO, said, Samir, if it's payments, it has to work 100% of the time. People will come back. And guess what? Today, we have 99.8% repeat rate organically. We don't incentivize, we don't give cash back. 99.8% of our customers come back over and over and over again. Our average customers do more than 50 transactions a month on the app. But you have to give some to get some. You have to give up short-term wins to get the long-term trust. If you go to the next one. The other thing that we've been on a launch binge since 2022, launching a lot of new apps, launching some new companies. People ask us how we move so fast. But the other early choice that PhonePe made was that all our services, all our platforms are designed to be multi-tenant. What that means is if you built it, you could practically sell it commercially as a service. Whether it's logging in with PhonePe, whether it is your digital CRM solutions, whether it's your risk and fraud platforms, if I build it for payments, I can use it for lending, I can use it for PIN code, I can use it across the board. These are deep investments in technology and IP and R&D. We do them quietly, we don't talk about it, we obsess over it, but they give us acceleration. And if you go to the next slide, what you'll see is 80% of the starting stack for launching all these apps was common. What we were using for PhonePe was also used for PIN code, which is a ONDC-based shopping app. We also used that to build India's first app store called Indus. We're also using it to build Share Market, which is a wealth broking app. There's a lot of commonality at the tech stack, and that allows you to move fast and more efficiently. And that's one of the hallmarks of building tech at PhonePe. We are building, like the Googles and the Facebooks and the Microsofts of the world, we are building sort of very, very high-class tech platforms, very scalable platforms. You can just go to the next, please. So one of the things that we've obviously been focused on is expanding the market. But core to that actually, or our own vision was making sure that we helped UPI grow really rapidly. We are UPI fanboys and fangirls, unabashedly so. It's the best thing since sliced bread and tech, an interoperable payment network that came out of India. And we're proud to say that for the last several years, we've been the market leader in payments. It doesn't come without its own problems, but I think if you go to the next slide, I want to talk about how we got there. How are we building a great business? We talked about building a great company. Great companies are built on the back of great culture, great boards, great values, governance. Great companies are built by focusing on building very scalable technology stacks so that if your customers really start using PhonePe in every nook and corner in the country, or during Diwali when everyone's sending each other small transaction values. This Diwali, we did more than 35 crore transactions in one day. Every day, we do over 30 crore transactions. That's 300 million transactions. If you see those graphs, just go back, please. Our monthly transactions have grown over 70 times. 70 times since 2018, right? Without glitches, without failures. India's payments, and within that PhonePe and some of the other companies combined, our digital payments scale is unparalleled in the world. We are now the largest processor of digital payments, retail digital payments in the world, which is saying something. How do we get there? If you're dealing with money, unlike dealing with, say, fast food, payments is essential. It's the lifeline of your everyday activity, but it also causes stress. If I send somebody money and it doesn't reach them, it causes two-party stress. If I'm paying at a shop and the money doesn't reach the shopkeeper, it causes friction. So one of the things you really need to do is slowly and steadily, very slowly and steadily build that trust. One of the things I want to do is explain this graph because this is core to the PhonePe way of thinking and building. With your permission, I'm going to take a minute. So what you see with these colored lines is basically the vintage of the user who's tried the PhonePe app the first time. The longest line is the oldest customer. A customer who came... Thank you. Hello. Hello. Yeah. This line right here is customers who downloaded the PhonePe app and started using it way back in 2018. If you see the rate at which they grew, their monthly transactions, it's a slow climb. We didn't have that many QR codes in India. We didn't have that many use cases on the PhonePe app. They were taking their time. All the banks were not digitized, so their customers couldn't use UPI on day zero. If you now see the blue line on the left, that's a customer who's actually started using PhonePe for the first time just this January. Look at how fast their adoption curve is. Because now the app is operating very robustly. Everywhere you go, if you start using digital payments today, everywhere you go, from the airport to the chai ki tapri, from your retail malls to your government offices, people will accept digital payments. And that means you can basically leave your wallet behind the day you start using PhonePe. That is 50 transactions a month as a behavior for new customers adopting digital payments. That's the opportunity. We've laid out the railroads. Every single small shop in India is digitized. I can say this with pride. During COVID, when the country was lit green, yellow, and orange, rural India was green, the hills were green. We had over 1 lakh freelancers going pillar to post across the country and putting up QR codes in rural India. Today, PhonePe has put up over 1.2 crore QR codes in rural India alone. So you could travel on a road trip and you will be able to pay wherever you go. That's the level of impact we believe that can be made if you're willing to put people on the ground. So this teaches you that there's trust building on the platform, and now we can start actually distributing financial services and helping the development of the financial service markets. And finally, because this is typically the joke in Bangalore, you can either build a good operation or you can build a good business. We're proud to report that while our operations are growing, our business is also growing pretty well. Last year was important for us, FY24 for the first time. PhonePe has also become non-cash profitable. We've also crossed 5,000 crores in revenues. So we're a pretty large top line and sustainable growth story as well. So you can do these things. You can actually be well regulated and compliant, but still grow at 70% CAGR. You can actually be profitable while adding 5-6 crore customers every year, and that's about how many Indians we're digitizing every year, right? People believe that if you're spending a lot on marketing, then you can't actually become profitable. We're proving otherwise. People believe that if all your customers are coming from Bharat and not from urban India, you can't make money. We're proving otherwise. People believe that if you're not a foreign US branded company, don't have English all over, you can't grow. Here we are sitting with a Devanagari logo in India, building out of India, for India, and still adding 40, 50, 60 million customers a year and digitizing the country. So that's our story, that's the mission we are on, that's the vision we have. Thank you very much.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Manipur Chief Minister Biren Singh and local MLAs' houses targeted by violent mob amid clampdown and unrest in Manipur. Amid tensions in Manipur, Home Minister Amit Shah holds a key review meeting in the national capital. He's all set to chair a key meeting with top officials tomorrow as well. As violence continues to grip Manipur, Conrad Sangma's NPP withdraws support to the Biren Singh government. Delhi Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Kailash Gehlot quits the party, says controversies like Sheesh Mahal is plaguing the Aam Aadmi Party. Nigeria honors Prime Minister Narendra Modi with its award, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. And Prime Minister Modi addresses Indian diaspora in Abuja, tells them, "You have always been Bharat's strongest brand ambassadors for me." All right, viewers, it's the biggest news coming in from national capital today is Kailash Gehlot, the Transport Minister of Delhi and senior leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, had released a scathing letter where he had said that he is resigning, and he also took aim at Atishi, the current Chief Minister, and the party supremo, the former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party has failed to deliver on many of its promises. Here's a report.
In a potentially damaging blow to the Aam Aadmi Party, months ahead of the Delhi Assembly election, Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot resigned from the party on Sunday. In his resignation letter, a copy of which he posted on his X handle, Gehlot came down heavily on AAP Chief Arvind Kejriwal and Chief Minister Atishi. Gehlot, who was believed to be a close aide of Arvind Kejriwal and handled several important portfolios, accused the Aam Aadmi Party of failing to deliver on many of its poll promises. Singling out the Sheesh Mahal row, Gehlot termed the release of the inventory list of super luxury items in Kejriwal's office residence when he was Chief Minister as embarrassing. Questioned on Gehlot's resignation, the AAP Supremo pushed aside his microphone, saying the party will respond in due course of time.
सर कैलाश गहलोत जी ने आज रिजाइन कर दिया पार्टी से और मंत्री पद से, इसको लेकर आप क्या कहेंगे? जी आप जवाब देंगे?
दे रहे हैं, आपको जवाब चाहिए.
However, pressed further on the Gehlot question, the former Chief Minister abruptly walked away from a press conference. Meanwhile, reacting to the development, the BJP welcomed Gehlot's big decision, saying he took the right step at the right time.
जो मुद्दे दिल्ली की जनता के मुद्दे हैं और जिन मुद्दों को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी लगातार संघर्ष कर रही थी, और कैलाश गहलोत जैसा एक वरिष्ठ मंत्री जो वहाँ से निकल कर आके छोड़ता है, तो आप समझ लीजिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी में जो उसके भीतर कितना द्वंद्व चल रहा है, क्योंकि कोई भी ईमानदार आदमी जो दिल्ली को अच्छी दिल्ली बनाना चाहता है, दिल्ली को बेहतर दिल्ली बनाना चाहता है, वो अब उस लुटेरे को गैंग में काम नहीं करेगा.
The BJP claimed leaders in every constituency in Delhi were deserting the Aam Aadmi Party because of its corruption and loot of public wealth.
स्वागत कैलाश गहलोत जी के इस कदम का, और यही हालत आम आदमी पार्टी के गली गली के हर कार्यकर्ता की है. केजरीवाल गैंग के लूट और झूठ के खिलाफ आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ता उनका दम घुट रहा है, और हर विधानसभा में इसी तरह से उनके कार्यकर्ता इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं.
The party demanded Aam Aadmi Party's answer to the people on the serious charges leveled by Gehlot in his resignation letter, while claiming that cracks in the Sheesh Mahal were starting to show.
Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Sisodia, Mr. Jain have spent significant amount of time in jail. Their bail was rejected on multiple occasions. They have to face the charges on these very, very grave allegations. And when questions are asked of them, not only they have excuses and deflect, they will try to blame the others. They will blame the BJP, they will blame somebody else. So Mr. Gehlot resigning shows the crisis in the party, and it exposes the situation of the Aam Aadmi Party.
ये भ्रष्टाचार का बेड़ा डूब रहा है, और जब बेड़ा डूबता है तो सब छोड़कर भाग जाते हैं. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथी उसको छोड़कर भाग रहे हैं, और कैलाश गहलोत ने वो सब बातें कही जो आज तक हम कहते आ रहे हैं.
As one of Kejriwal's trusted lieutenants and minister quits, the question is, will it spark an exodus in the AAP going into the Delhi Assembly polls?
The death toll in the Jhansi fire tragedy has risen from 10 to 11 after another infant undergoing treatment succumbed to the injuries. The babies in the medical college's NICU died after a massive fire engulfed the ward. Glaring lapses have come to notice, including expired fire extinguishers and absence of emergency exits, among the other things. Here's a report.
A massive fire in the neonatal intensive care unit of Maharani Lakshmibai College in Jhansi claimed the lives of 10 newborn babies who were charred to death. In a latest update, out of the 16 babies who were rescued, one more has succumbed, taking the Jhansi death toll to 11. The babies in the medical college's NICU died after a massive fire engulfed the ward. Glaring lapses have now come to the fore.
from expired fire extinguishers to dysfunctional safety alarms. Delayed evacuation, no emergency exits. Poor quality oxygen concentrator, the murderous lapses simply cannot be brushed under the carpet. Republic has confronted the principal of Rani Lakshmibai College. Watch.
आप जो इस कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल हैं, मैं आपसे साफ सवाल कर रहा हूँ कि जो वहाँ पर एक्सपायर्ड था, जो फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स लगे हैं, वो 2019 की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है। आप दिखा दीजिए मुझे ना, दिस इज व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग यू।
चल के दिखा दूंगा।
मेरे पास विजुअल्स, आपके सुनिए, आपके पास जो विजुअल्स है उसको आप जूम कीजिए। क्यों जूम क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं?
मैं दिखा रहा हूँ सर।
जस्ट जूम इट।
सर पहले हाँ दिखा रहा हूँ।
54 infants were hospitalized over there. It's because of your utter negligence. They died.
80% boys were.
I have shown it to you. I would like to request my viewers and show it to them that if you see these fire extinguishers that were put in place here, the manufacturing date, the refilling date is written over there is 2019, and the principal of this very medical college hospital is denying the fact. Here you can see, I would like to request, and we would like to flash it, and we would like to run it, that if you see the manufacturing, the refilling date of these fire extinguishers is 2019, and doctor in front of the camera is denying the fact that when this was manufactured. Yes, you can say, yes, show me the order. Yes, no, there were several fire extinguishers that were not working, that were not functional.
Republic had earlier accessed exclusive visuals showing the real picture of the situation inside the hospital building. The hospital authorities simply cannot ignore some questions. First, why was no FIR filed even after 30 hours? Second, why were the basic safety protocols flouted? Third, who is really accountable for these murderous lapses? And last but not the least, why weren't the fire extinguishers replaced? As yet another tragedy shakes the nation, all eyes remain on the course of action.
The Prime Minister His next stop on his ongoing three-nation tour is India's fellow founding BRICS and key strategic partner, Brazil. Now, the PM will arrive in Rio de Janeiro, which is playing host to the 19th G20 summit from the 18th to the 19th of November. The Prime Minister is also scheduled to hold bilateral talks with Brazilian President Lula da Silva on the sidelines of the summit. Meanwhile, members of the Indian diaspora were pictured breaking into impromptu songs and dances as they awaited the Prime Minister's touchdown in Rio. Here's a report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's next port of call on his ongoing three-nation tour is Brazil, which is going to organize the 19th G20 summit. The summit under Brazil's presidency of the G20 will be hosted in Rio de Janeiro from November 18 and 19. India hosted the last G20 summit, arguably the largest in size in the event's history, under its presidency of the grouping before handing the baton to its key strategic and BRICS partner. Prime Minister Modi is set to hold crucial bilateral talks with Brazilian President Lula da Silva on the sidelines of the 19th G20 huddle. Weighing in on the PM's scheduled bilateral with President Lula, India's ambassador to Brazil, Suresh K. Reddy, said that the strategic partnership between the two nations had received a quantum boost under the guidance and leadership of the former.
That's a very important bilateral meeting between Honorable Prime Minister and President Lula. The strategic partnership between India and Brazil was initiated under President Lula's time. And now under Honorable Prime Minister's guidance, this has really received a very big boost. Today it's become one of the most dynamic, active relationships between India and any foreign country.
He said that the two leaders are expected to set the contours for an expanded partnership between the two nations across spheres, including agriculture and digital public infrastructure.
I would state, prima facie, immediately off the cuff, three areas. Number one is in the field of agriculture and animal husbandry. Brazil is today considered to be a powerhouse in agriculture, and India is also considered to be a powerhouse in agriculture. So naturally that opens the door for a lot of collaboration in terms of sharing of experiences and technology. We are also looking at, second is in terms of the digital public infrastructure. Brazil is a leader, no doubt about it, but there are a lot of areas in which India can share their experiences.
He said that there is a lot of buzz around the 19th G20 summit, largely because of India's successful hosting of the event and the showcasing of its global heft last year.
This is a very important visit. I know this is going to be actually the third visit of Honorable Prime Minister. He had earlier visited Brazil in 2014 and 2019 for the BRICS summit, and this is the first visit for the G20. So there's a lot of excitement, and this excitement is also because of the successful presidency by India last year.
Meanwhile, members of the Indian diaspora were seen breaking into impromptu songs and dances as they awaited the PM's touchdown in Rio. A diaspora member said she will treat PM Modi to an Indian dish with a special Gujarati touch.
I'm planning to make some food for Mr. Honorable Prime Minister, and I'm trying to make something Gujarati touch to their food. So I'm planning to make jalebi, that is, and trying to make some food with local ingredients that he will like.
Children too share their excitement around the PM's visit. As the Prime Minister arrives in Rio, expect the two countries to advance its commercial, strategic and people-to-people ties.
So viewers, Maharashtra and Jharkhand are all set to go to the polls in the later part of this week. Maharashtra single-phase polling, and of course Jharkhand's second phase of polling. And now let's take a listen in to the various reactions that are coming in from across the political parties amidst the high-voltage campaigning.
आज आप ओबीसी के चैंपियन बन रहे हो, पिछड़ा वर्ग के चैंपियन बनना चाहते हो? बताओ मुझे, राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में कितने ओबीसी के सदस्य हैं? बताओ मुझे, सोनिया गांधी के यूपीए की सरकार के दौरान नेशनल एडवाइजरी कमेटी में जिसकी चेयरमैन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी थी, उसमें कितने ओबीसी थे? और मुझे बताओ, कांग्रेस पार्टी के राहुल गांधी जी, आपके कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी में कितने ओबीसी हैं?
कांग्रेस और उनके सहयोगी दलों की ये पॉलिसी है कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति, डिवाइड एंड रूल करो और मतदाताओं को भ्रमित करो और वोट प्राप्त करो, लेकिन उसमें वो अब सफल नहीं होंगे।
देखिए, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने सही कहा, एक है तो सेफ है, उसमें गलत क्या है? हमारे लिए इस देश की एकता अखंडता की बात तो हमने शपथ के साथ की है। देश में कोई भी मंत्री, मुख्यमंत्री, विधायक, सांसद जब शपथ लेता है तो क्या देश को बंटवारे की बात करता है? एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे, इसमें हमारे संविधान की भावना नहीं है, तो उसमें गलत कुछ भी नहीं है।
कोई जिहाद यहाँ नहीं चलेगा। यहाँ सब लोग एकजुट होकर मतदान करेंगे, विकास के लिए वोट देंगे। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास का मंत्र है, उस मंत्र को जो हमारे यहाँ राष्ट्रवादी लोग हैं, जो देश को आगे बढ़ाने वाले लोग हैं, देश की संस्कृति पर विश्वास करने वाले लोग हैं, वो सब एकजुट होकर यहाँ की संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मीरा भाईंदर के जो हमारे कैंडिडेट हैं श्री नरेंद्र मेहता जी को भारी मतों से जिताएंगे।
प्रियंका जी को कास्ट सेंसस के बारे में कुछ पता भी नहीं है और उनको शायद मालूम नहीं है। बिहार में कास्ट सेंसस हुआ, बीजेपी ने सपोर्ट किया, उसके बाद ही वो हो पाया।
जिस दिन ये रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ, उसी दिन हमने कांग्रेस का स्टैंड बिल्कुल क्लियर कर दिया था श्रीनगर में ही। अगर दिन में कोई 2 बजे के करीब वो हुआ तो हमने बाई 3 o'clock और 4 o'clock आई हैड मेड द स्टैंड ऑफ कांग्रेस पार्टी abundantly clear और आज उस चीज़ को फिर से ये करना जो है मेरे ख्याल में ये बीजेपी को एक ये कहें कि एक कैनन प्रोवाइड करने की ज़रूरत है. सो आई डोंट थिंक कि आई हैव टू एक्सप्लेन इट अगेन एंड अगेन.
हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी पहले थोड़ा बहुत डरे हुए लग रहे थे. अब जैसे जैसे बाई इलेक्शन करीब आ गया वो थोड़ा हिले हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि जनता उनके खिलाफ खड़ी है. जो ये भाषा इस्तेमाल हो रही है ये अंग्रेज़ों की कभी भाषा थी, लोगों को बांट करके राज करने की, डिवाइड एंड रूल का नारा. वही लोग इस तरह का नारा दे रहे हैं, वही इस तरह की ये भाव रख रहे हैं, भावना रख रहे हैं.
Director, the taste of success.
Today, after 6 abducted Meiteis people were found dead and their mortal remains were recovered, a mob tried to storm the residence of Manipur Chief Minister Biren Singh as tensions and protests escalated in the state. And there were multiple reports of mobs targeting the houses and properties of the MLAs. That includes the ministers, in fact, also in Imphal. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah today cancelled his scheduled election rallies in Maharashtra. He returned to Delhi amid the sharp upturn in tensions in Manipur. We get you this report for all the latest.
Manipur hurled into a fresh spell of anarchy and chaos a day after the mortal remains of 6 abducted Meiteis people, including women, were recovered. A mob tried to storm the residence of Chief Minister Biren Singh, while there were multiple reports of furious protesters targeting the properties of ministers and MLAs. Dramatic visuals showed vehicles up in flames and houses gutted as a fresh wave of tensions and violent protests gripped the troubled northeast state.
This is the residence of Minister Govindas Kanthozam. The house was attacked by mob last night, and you can see the damage, extensive damage in fact, that has been caused in this house by the mob which stormed into the residence of the minister last night, and they not only damaged the exterior of the house, but all the belongings which were inside were vandalized, and everything in this house has been set on fire.
As tensions escalated, the Chief Minister came under fire from his cabinet colleague. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah cancelled 2 rallies that he was to address in the poll-bound Maharashtra and rushed back to Delhi as fresh tensions gripped Manipur. Home Minister Amit Shah also reviewed security meeting and will hold a key meet with the top officials in the national capital tomorrow. The Director General of the CRPF also rushed to Manipur as the state descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in a big blow to Biren Singh government, Conrad Sangma-led NPP withdrew support from government. Responding to the fresh spell of violence, former CM and Congress leader Okram Ibobi Singh said that the people of Manipur were not in favour of the imposition of President's rule in the state.
Resignation and replacement, either resignation of the present incumbent chief minister or replacement of this present chief minister, Mr. Biren. This is their outlook. This is party affairs within the party of the BJP. They should have to be decided. Number 2, this president imposing president rule in the state of Manipur is not advisable. People of Manipur does not like president rule.
With the protests escalating and the houses and properties of people's representatives pillaged, vandalized and torched, the pressure is growing on the cornered CM to restore order and rule of law in troubled Manipur.
Now, during an election rally in Maharashtra, BJP leader Mithun Chakrabarti spoke exclusively to Republic TV and made the unity pitch, the call for unity. He further exuded confidence in the Mahayuti as well, saying that nothing else will work in this election, only the Mahayuti is going to win. Listen in.
देखिए ये सब बड़े लीडर हैं. They have the power to say so many things. I'm a small man, but I will only one thing: save India.
मोदी जी कह रहे साथ है तो सेव है, साथ है तो सेफ है.
हाँ तो ये कह रहा हूँ. My slogan is save India, and it has everything. I have said everything.
Do you think vote jihad have impact in this election?
Modi ji, not only now, even tomorrow will have the same impact. His magic will work every time.
What you have think this election is for development? What is the main issues in this election? What is the main issue of this election? Development?
Here,
Maharashtra.
देखिए, I have come here too because I know every election has issues. I want to tell the people here in Maharashtra, in Bombay, that जो है इधर शिवसेना बीजेपी, उन्हीं को रहने दीजिए, उन्हीं को वोट कर फिर से लाइए. क्यों? क्योंकि सेंटर में बीजेपी है. कोई भी प्रगति उन्नति करनी है तो आपको सेंटर से डायरेक्ट मदद मिलेगी.
Now, a shocking incident has come to light from Karnataka's Udupi, where a politician's son mowed down a biker under his wheels. A rerun of the Pune Porsche case. The VVIP accused was arrested and soon released on bail. The case brings the glaring lapses in the administration and law in a country where people with money and with power get softer punishments while innocents pay with their lives.
In a chilling rerun of the Pune Porsche case, yet another case of a VVIP brat claiming an innocent life under his wheels has come to the fore. Look how a Congress leader's son mowed down a biker in Karnataka's Udupi. The accused, Prajwal Shetty, is the son of Congress leader Belappu Devi Prasad Shetty and had contested in the Youth Congress elections. He went missing after killing the 39-year-old victim, but was later arrested. However, he was soon released on bail.
Another hit-and-run case was reported in the district of Udupi on November 11, where a bike rider, Mohammad Hussain, was severely injured by the overspeed jeep, and he also died even though he was brought into hospital and tried to save him. But after the incident from November 11th, the person who was riding the jeep was missing, and when the police went down into the investigation, it was known that the person who was in the jeep, overspeed jeep, in fact, was a son of local Congress leader Devi Prasad Shetty, namely Prajwal Shetty. He was absconding from the day, and now the local police have, were able to find out him, and now Prajwal Shetty, who is the accused in this hit-and-run case, have been taken to the custody.
This is not the first time that a VVIP killer was let out by the police. In May, a teenager mowed down two IT professionals under his luxury car in Maharashtra's Pune. In July, yet another VVIP killer, a Shiv Sena leader's son, killed a woman under his BMW. Despite such incidents, the question is, why are the accused still being shielded?
For Mr. Minister, please, as I request Shravan Sen, Senior News Editor, Republic Media Network, to take us through India's burgeoning infrastructural growth as it goes on full sail.
Ladies and gentlemen, behind this affable smile that you see on Mr. Sonowal is a firebrand student leader politician, and many wouldn't have really seen those tumultuous time in the state of Assam. Many would have forgotten about it, but here is a firebrand leader of those times. He's been inducted into Narendra Modi's cabinet thrice. It is a sector that he is handling which perhaps does not, we don't deal with it on a daily basis, but it directly affects our life. Is the shipping, the ports ministry, which not often do we really speak about. So, Minister Sonowal, I want to directly start by asking you, we don't talk much about this very ministry. It's not the most happening, the most talked about ministry. But today, it faces a number of challenges also, but it's come through a struggle. It has achieved many milestones, and under the Prime Minister's leadership, this has been a major focus. 2047 becomes the biggest target that you have. How has the journey been?
Namaskar. Should I speak in Hindi?
Whatever's comfortable.
आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और प्रणाम. आज मुझे रिपब्लिक टीवी ने बुलाया, तो इसके लिए मैं आभारी हूँ, और हमारे मंत्रालय की कुछ बात रखने के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म दी. आप सब जानते हैं कि जलमार्ग के विकास के बिना मानव समाज के विकास नहीं हो सकते, देश का भी विकास नहीं हो सकती. देश का सभ्यता, सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक परंपरा का मूल्यों को समझने के लिए जलमार्ग विकास होना बहुत जरूरी है. जलमार्ग के बारे में अध्ययन और अनुसंधान करना बहुत जरूरी है. और इसी जलमार्ग जहां संभावना, संपदा और शक्तियों से भरा हुआ है, इस जलमार्ग को आज से 10 साल पहले लोगों का बीच में इतना चर्चा का विषय बने नहीं, और उसी कालखंड में जिन्होंने सरकार संभाला, उन लोगों ने भी सारे सेक्टर को ही अंधेरा में रखा. सी ब्लाइंड जिसे हम कह सकते हैं. लेकिन हमारे देश की आदर्शवादी नेता, हमारे सबके प्रिय नेता, दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मार्गदर्शन से उन्होंने पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज मंत्रालय को जगाया, नई गति दी, नई कार्यक्रम रचना की गई है और प्रिंसिपल एडॉप्ट की गई है. नीति, कार्यक्रम, इन चीज़ों को जमीनी हकीकत से जोड़ने के लिए क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम लागू की गई है. और आज 21वीं सदी टेक्नोलॉजी की दुनिया, इस शादी में अगर हमारे पावर्स को हम एनहांसमेंट करने के लिए अगर कदम उठाए, तो टेक्नोलॉजी को बढ़ावा देना ही होगा. सो दैट इज व्हाई under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, this ministry has launched a very, very important flagship program, सागरमाला प्रोग्राम. सागरमाला प्रोग्राम के जरिए सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम है. इस प्रोग्राम को लागू करने के लिए हमारे कोस्टल जो स्टेट है और हमारे जो प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स हैं, उनको भी साथ लिया जाता है. और हमारे अलग अलग कार्यक्रम को लागू करने के लिए हमारे मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के अलग मंत्रालय के साथ कन्वर्जन मोड में भी इसको करती है. तो सबका साथ चर्चा करने के बाद, क्योंकि गुजरात से लेकर बंगाल तक, on the one side there is Arabian Sea, other side the Bay of Bengal, कुल मिलाकर 7,500 किलोमीटर कोस्टल जो लाइन है हमारा, तो उसमें बसे हुए सारी प्रदेश सरकार, केंद्र शासित इलाका और प्राइवेट प्लेयरों से बात करके हम लोगों ने तय किया कि हमारे इस सेक्टर को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमें 805 हमने प्रोजेक्ट को आइडेंटिफाई की है और 5,60,000 करोड़ के लागत से इस कार्यक्रम को हमने सफल बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हुई. और इसमें 5 वर्टिकल है: पोर्ट मॉडर्नाइजेशन, मैकेनाइजेशन, डिजिटाइजेशन, पोर्ट लेड कनेक्टिविटी एनहांसमेंट और पोर्ट लेड इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, कोस्टल कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट, coastal shipping and inland waterways. These are the 5 vertical. क्योंकि देश के अंदर सिर्फ सागर पर ही नहीं, महासागर पर ही नहीं, हमारी जो जलमार्ग है, जो नदी है, इस नदी में भी विकास का बहुत बड़ा संभावना बसा हुआ है. तो इसलिए सारे विषय को साथ लेकर जब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोगों ने इसको लागू करने के लिए कोशिश की और पिछले 10 साल के अंदर आधा से अधिक कार्यक्रम सफल हो चुका है, जिसके वजह से हमारा पोर्ट का कार्गो हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़ चुका है. और साथ साथ में पहले हमारे विदेश से अगर कोई जहाज आए, इस जहाज को पोर्ट में उसको बार्टिंग के लिए 40 से अधिक घंटा उनको इंतजार करना पड़ता था, more than 40 hours. But because of the modernization, mechanization, digitization, now the turnaround time is only 24 hours. So that is the success story. Even after going through our success story, the World Bank Logistic Performance Index report, उन्होंने तो ये भी घोषित की कि हिंदुस्तान का जो जगह पहले जो हमारा स्थान थे globally, out of the 139 maritime nation, our position was 54. Now it come up to 38. And in the turnaround time, our position was 44. Now it is promoted to 22nd. यानी कि ये है ग्रोथ, एग्जाम्पलरी ग्रोथ. और कार्गो हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी आपने जैसे कहा 2 गुना हो चुका है.
But Minister, this is also a reality that global container traffic, India counts just 2.4% of it, which essentially means that if you compare it to globally, we are perhaps punching way below our weight. So there is a problem that we still need to address.
Yeah, of course. कंटेनर का जो इशू है ये बहुत सेंसिटिव इशू है, तो इस पर हम लोगों ने ध्यान दी है और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रेलवेज, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज, हम लोगों ने इस विषय पर एक साथ काम शुरू की है. अगले दिनों में कंटेनर का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा, क्योंकि हमारे देश में अभी कंटेनर बनना शुरू हो गया है. ये सही है कि पहले वो था नहीं, लेकिन अब हम लोगों ने हर चुनौती का सामना करने के लिए अपने काबिलियत को बढ़ाने का काम की है, इकोसिस्टम डेवलप की है. और हमारे सिर्फ कंटेनर ही नहीं, शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिपेयर, इस सिलसिले में भी हम लोगों ने अब काम शुरू की है. तो इसलिए हम किसी भी वर्टिकल पे हम पीछे नहीं रहेंगे. हिंदुस्तान अगली 25 साल के अंदर दुनिया में टॉप 10 मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से अपना पहचान बना पाएंगे.
तो क्या आप कह रहे हैं कि शिप रिपेयर इंडस्ट्री, which is seen as an industry, there is a lot of capacity, but here too India still lag behind.
Yeah, of
so
course.
what is it that your ministry would essentially be doing in making this as a important growth area?
शिप बिल्डिंग के सिलसिले में हमारा तो जो अभी शिप बिल्डर है कोचिन शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड, सो कोचिन शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड ने दुनिया का सॉरी एक बहुत बड़ा वारशिप बनाने में सफलता प्राप्त की है. तो अब हम लोगों ने इस बजट में हमारे माननीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने जो भी ऐलान की है शिप ओनरशिप के सिलसिले में, तो इसलिए शिप बिल्डिंग के सिलसिले में अब हमारे कोस्टल स्टेट का साथ हम लोगों ने क्लस्टर डेवलप करने का निर्णय की है. और जो लीडिंग शिप बिल्डर्स है इन द वर्ल्ड, दे आर ऑल्सो विलिंग टू इन्वेस्ट इन इंडिया. सो दैट इज द वे वी आर डेवलपिंग द ग्राउंड फॉर शिप बिल्डिंग. इन द नेक्स्ट 10 years time, India will be one of the top 5 shipbuilder in the world. So this is the way we have started our innings.
I would also like to put the focus on the current situation in terms of the volatile situation in Bangladesh and Myanmar, particularly given the fact that your ministry would be dealing with several situations. You've made several announcements when it comes to Bangladesh. How does that entire situation turn around right now, and how does the government really look at it? Because here, you're not going to find it very easy in the coming few months, particularly in Bangladesh.
बांग्लादेश हो या म्यांमार, दोनों देश में हमारा जो प्रेजेंस है, जैसे सिटवे पोर्ट हमने इंडो म्यांमार फ्रेंडशिप पोर्ट हमने निर्माण की है और उनका ऑपरेशन भी शुरू हो गया है फ्रॉम कलकत्ता टू सिटवे, एंड दैट सिटवे विल कनेक्ट अप टू मिजोरम थ्रू द कालादन रिवर. सो दैट वे this particular port is going to empower the traders and also the exporter and importer of the entire Northeast. So this is why this particular port is strategically very important. Now it is still operating, number one. Number two, Bangladesh, of course, situation is there. Everybody understands it. But whatever agreement we have between the two countries, both the countries are committed to honor it. Up till now, vessels are like moving and there is no stoppage in it. And I am confident that this particular agreement will be honored from both sides.
But Minister, do you feel that somewhere down the line, we need to admit the reality that China has perhaps checkmated us in Sri Lanka? And if you really look at, despite the kind of enviable position that we are in, the coastal line that we have, we've not been able to really capitalize that. Is China still a bigger problem for us that we cannot deal with?
श्रीलंका में तो हमें पोर्ट बनाने का अभी मौका मिला है, तो इसलिए श्रीलंका में हम पोर्ट बनाने जा रहा है. So there will be no problem because India, with his own, like under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, will put on our effort effectively wherever we get opportunities, and this is the opportunity offered by the Sri Lankan government. Accordingly, we are proceeding.
कई लोग ये जब कहते हैं कि if procedure की अगर बात करें, ease of business की अगर बात करें, एक तरह से China has been way ahead of us. Do you believe that in your industry, in your sector, perhaps China, that is one area where India can actually go way ahead? And if so, how exactly? Because given the fact that technological advancement in our ports are still a bigger concern.
Look, our vision is very clear. By 2047, according to Maritime Amritkal vision, we have decided to bring the investment of 80 lakhs crore in this particular sector. And as you know, in the last year, when we had the 3-day session at Mumbai, and many more maritime nations had taken part in that particular summit, and ultimately we got the promise of 10 lakhs crore investment out of signing 360 MOUs. So this is a way, only 3 days time. So this is why it is happening, because the global players, they have identified that India become now global investment destination. So India now is the suitable place for investment. Why? Because in the last 10 years, all the ecosystem has come up effectively with merit. That is why now India is going to take the leadership in the green hydrogens, green ammonias. So these are the hub India is going to develop within the country. So earlier it was only Europe, but now India is now taking the leadership. So I believe in any parameters, you cannot see India down. All the parameters India will be signing. Don't you believe that?
I guess
so. I am making this statement with full of my conviction. And whatever preparation we have already done, and accordingly, I am making this statement. So India, in all the sectors, whether it is in the coastal shipping, whether it is inland waterways, whether it is ocean cruise, exim trade, whether it is coastal cruise, ocean cruise, river cruise, in all the sector, even in the ship recycling, or whether it is in the sector of the world's biggest national maritime heritage complex at Lothal. So this is the way India is developing the ecosystem, so that like whoever is interested to invest in India, he will feel win-win situation.
In the month of May, if I'm not wrong, May or March, correct me if I'm wrong, you've signed an agreement with the Iranians as far as the Chabar port is concerned. There too you face a lot more challenges. It has gone through a lot of upheaval tasks. What's the current situation like, and how would things really change in the days to come, in the months to come?
The geopolitical situation will always be like this, sometime here, sometime there. But you need not have to worry about it. You have many other options, because once we have developed our friendship with Iran, we are committed to carry it out. So the way we have started Sabahar, now it is progressing. Earlier the cargo was 80,000 metric ton, now it has crossed the 1 lakh metric ton. This is the growth, and this is how this port is going to prove as a most commercially viable port. So I believe this is the way India for the future action plan, like during the G20, the IMEC, the new, like corridor has been like discovered, and on the same principle we have the way between the Russia and India. We have decided to operate this particular route, Chennai to Vladivostok. Now it is operational now. The ships are coming from their side, our ships are also going. So that's the way India is growing faster. Earlier, this scope have never been seen. But Honorable Prime Minister's vision has made it possible. Now India can overcome any kind of global situation, because we have a leader like Narendra Modi, because he can influence the world.
If I may ask for people who are in this auditorium, how exactly has your ministry been able to change their lives? Because not much has been spoken about the fact that there are some initiatives that have been taken. For instance, in Maharashtra itself, you have another port which is coming up in a completely man-made island altogether. What is it that truly is changing in India, even though if there are problems that you are still dealing with?
Our ministry, Port Shipping Waterways, is the largest transporter of the country. We handle the EXIM cargo, 96% by volume, 70% by value. From these figures, you could guess what is our role in building the national economy. In the faster growth of our national economy, we are also contributing sizably. And when you talk about Vadhavan port, this is the first time that India is going to build all-time biggest port in the country, mega port, which will handle more than 23.3 million TEUs container, and altogether 300 million metric ton per annum, and which will provide the job opportunity directly and indirectly more than 12 lakhs, and which will create a towns there, and which will create a lot of ancillary industries. So this is the way the economy of the country will have a tremendous boost. And I believe that the port, shipping and waterways, these are the area where our people not only living on the coastal areas, but also even in the hinterland, landlocked state, people are getting opportunity to get employment. And also the product of the farmers, the product of the MSMEs, which are meant for the global market, which is demand in the global market, that is being transported by whom? The shipping ministry. So right from the grassroots level to the top, sophisticated like kind of items, it is our ministry who handle it. So that is why for the fastest growing economy of the country, this ministry has a key role to play.
Can I also ask you, because almost every minister, whoever comes from whichever state, they always do something for their state. And I will ask you this because there's always an interest for those who are from the Northeast. What is it that you are essentially looking at? Because I was told that some time back you've made certain announcements of bringing in certain industries, particularly in the Northeastern states. What exactly are you on as far as Northeastern states are concerned?
Being a minister of this particular department, मैं अब हमारे जो जलमार्ग नेशनल वाटरवेज 2 ब्रह्मपुत्र and with 19 others Barak, so up on the direction of Honorable Prime Minister, we are creating the infrastructure facilities for our traders to have interstate trading and commerce effectively, number one. Number two, also, they can take part in the global export and import. That is why, on the both bank of River Brahmaputra, we are developing a lot of terminals, cargo and cruise. So, this particular terminal is going to help our cruise to have better facilities, bringing the tourists from the different part of the country and also landing there. And our cargo, which is exported from Assam to the other parts. So this is the way the entire Northeast is being developed. And because of the signing of the protocol wrote with the Bangladesh government, the Northerners are getting a lot of opportunity to connect with the port of the, Bengals and all others, like, port located on the Bay of Bengal, right from Paradeeps and others, like, down the line. So, अब जलमार्ग विकास होने के वजह से अभी नॉर्थ ईस्ट को भी एक सुनहरा मौका मिला है. पहले नदी को सिर्फ दो ही रूप में देखता था, भू कटाव और बाढ़. लोगों ने तो ऐसे ही कहा था कि ये भाई ये हमारा ब्लेसिंग नहीं, ये हमारे लिए सोरो है. आप वो आशीर्वाद बन चुका है. लोगों ने देखा है आफ्टर द सक्सेस स्टोरी ऑफ MB Ganga Vilas, you know that longest river cruise in the world ever operated in any part of the world, that is in India. MB Ganga Vilas बनारस से हमने शुरू की है. 3200 किलोमीटर्स उन्होंने नदी का रास्ता पार किया और फ्रॉम बनारस टू डिब्रूगढ़ थ्रू बांग्लादेश, गोइंग थ्रू उत्तर प्रदेश, झारखंड, बिहार, बंगाल, Bangladesh, then Assam, then to Dibrugarh, uppermost. So this particular success story has generated so much of interest among the Northerners that they could now realize, oh my God, ये नदी में तो पैसा है, पानी में पैसा है, पानी में अगर हम निवेश करें तो ये पानी हमें पैसा दे सकता है, शक्ति दे सकता है. ये उपलब्धि पहले थे नहीं. तो एक एक कार्यक्रम ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का विजन है, जिन्होंने हमें ये कहा कि हमारे जो हिंदुस्तान के लोग हमेशा क्रूज के लिए विदेश जाते हैं. हिंदुस्तान इतना खूबसूरत एक देश है, इस खूबसूरत देश को हमें दुनिया को दिखाना होगा, दुनिया हिंदुस्तान को आविष्कार करे. तो इसके लिए वो परिकल्पना प्रस्तुत की गई थी, बाद में उसको लागू की गई, सफल हुई. अब क्रूज का नंबर भी बढ़ गया, 1 क्रूज से 9 क्रूज बढ़ गया. तो इससे साफ अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि जलमार्ग के जरिए अपनी विकास की गति को हम कैसे तेज कर सकते हैं. तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए आपने जो कहा, पिछली 10 साल के अंदर नॉर्थ ईस्ट का जो विकास हुई, ये इसलिए संभव हुई, ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज गिवन स्पेशल फोकस, स्पेशल अटेंशन, जो अटेंशन पहले किसी सरकार ने दी नहीं थी. तो आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में सड़क भी हुई, पुल भी हुई, रेलवे कनेक्टिविटी भी हुई, एयर कनेक्टिविटी भी हुई, जिसके वजह से आज कम दिनों के अंदर नॉर्थ ईस्ट का हर प्रदेश में शांति भी आए, प्रगति भी हुई है और लोगों का बीच में सद्भावना अभी बढ़ चुका है. और देश के लिए अब जनता अपनी योगदान देने के लिए निष्ठापूर्वक लगे हुए हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूँगा, यू इन असम or you in New Delhi, which one would you prefer? Because you've been the Chief Minister of Assam. Many say that you would have been much more happier if you were in Assam still. You've come a long way, but Union Minister or the Chief Minister?
Map of Assam, integral part of map of India. तो मैं देश का पुत्र हूँ, तो भारत माता की शरणों पे समर्पित भावनाओं से काम करने के लिए मुझे मौका मिली है। और असम में जब मुझे चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में लोगों ने मौका दी तो मैं जितना हो सके निष्ठापूर्वक काम करने की कोशिश की। आप मुझे देश सेवा करने के लिए बड़े मात्रा में जो काम करने के लिए मौका मिला है, वो मौका परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी है। तो निष्ठापूर्वक अगले दिनों में ईमानदारी से हम कैसे अपने काम को आगे बढ़ाए, इस पर हमेशा अपना इच्छा है। तो मैं तो चाहूँगा anyone who has any question, because I'll be happy to take question, क्योंकि हम तो बोलते गए और आप लोग सुनते गए, क्योंकि शायद आप लोगों का बीच में किसी का अगर कोई सवाल है तो कर सकते हैं, मैं जवाब देने के लिए तैयार हूँ।
If there's anyone, I'll just pass on the
regarding my ministry.
Very good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Mamta Chawla. So my question is little academic. We are talking about a lot about SDGs. So one of the last goal is about water, like underwater. How the ministry is talking about that goal attainment, that SDG 17 I'm talking about. I hope you know that. Thank you so much.
Water to wisdom, water to wealth, water to weather, water to the world. इसलिए जलमार्ग को साफ करना बहुत जरूरी है। अगर जलमार्ग साफ नहीं हुए तो जलवायु गंदगी से भर जाएगा। सो इसलिए मैं हमेशा ये विश्वास करता हूँ, आप भी शायद करते होंगे, प्रकृति प्राणी पानी और प्राण, प्रकृति प्राणी पानी और प्राण, प्रकृति रहेगा तो प्राणी रहेगा और पानी रहेगा तो प्राण रहेगा। तो पानी का महत्व हम सबको समझना चाहिए, क्योंकि पानी का बिना ये पृथ्वी धरती माता भी नहीं जी सकती। इसलिए पानी का मूल्य हम सब समझे और उसको हमेशा परिष्कार, जैसे परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने गंगा सफाई अभियान क्लीन गंगा मिशन इसलिए दी है, इसकी वजह से आज गंगा का पानी विशुद्ध हुई और जिससे हम आराम से भक्ति भावनाओं से पी सकते हैं। तो ये जलवायु निर्माण में रचना में बहुत बड़ा भूमिका लेती है। मैं इसका पहले आई वॉज ऑल्सो allotted the responsibility to take care of the Ayush ministry. That time I have realized why nature is important all about, why we should take care of nature. अब मैं चाहूँगा कि आप भी प्रकृति को उसी हिसाब से हमेशा आदर करें, स्नेह करें, प्यार करें और प्रकृति प्रेमी के हिसाब से ही जीवन जिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Minister, for joining us on this session.
In a move that can be seen as a victory for India of sorts, the International Cricket Council removed Pakistan-occupied Kashmir cities from the ICC Champions Trophy Global Tour. The earlier schedule released by the Pakistan Cricket Board had the trophy tour go to 3 POK cities. Reports suggested that BCCI Secretary Shah had spoken to the ICC and condemned the PCB for the decision to include POK cities in the tour. The ICC put the tour on hold and then released a revised list of cities for the tour on Saturday. It is the latest in a long line of issues to plague the Champions Trophy, which started with India's refusal to travel to Pakistan for the tournament. This led to suggestions the tournament could be moved out of Pakistan, with South Africa being named as potential hosts and even India being mooted as a destination for the returning tournament. Issues really came to a head after the Pakistan Cricket Board pushed back at reports that it was willing to make adjustments in the schedule of the Champions Trophy, including adopting a hybrid model, as it was uncertain that India would travel to Pakistan. There were hopes that the tournament could have been held in the hybrid model, as existing socio-political environment as well as security concerns meant the Indian team travelling to Pakistan was not going to be on the cards. As of now, we haven't decided anything as far as the Champions Trophy. Our stand is as it is. The hybrid model is not under consideration. A source close to the PCB was quoted as saying, as per
Manipur Chief Minister Biren Singh and local MLAs' houses targeted by violent mob amid clampdown and unrest in Manipur. Amid tensions in Manipur, Home Minister Amit Shah holds a key review meeting in the national capital. He's also set to chair a key meeting with top officials tomorrow as well. As violence continues to grip Manipur, Conrad Sangma's NPP withdraws support to the Biren Singh government. Delhi Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Kailash Gehlot quits the party, says controversies like Sheesh Mahal is plaguing the Aam Aadmi Party. Nigeria honors Prime Minister Narendra Modi with its award, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. And Prime Minister Modi addresses Indian diaspora in Abuja, tells them, "You have always been Bharat's strongest brand ambassadors for me." All right, viewers, it's the biggest news coming in from National Capital today is Kailash Gehlot, the Transport Minister of Delhi and senior leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, had released a scathing letter where he had said that he is resigning, and he also took aim at Atishi, the current Chief Minister, and the party supremo, the former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party has failed to deliver on many of its promises. Here's a report.
In a potentially damaging blow to the Aam Aadmi Party months ahead of the Delhi Assembly election, Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot resigned from the party on Sunday. In his resignation letter, a copy of which he posted on his X handle, Gehlot came down heavily on AAP Chief Arvind Kejriwal and Chief Minister Atishi. Gehlot, who was believed to be a close aide of Arvind Kejriwal and handled several important portfolios, accused the Aam Aadmi Party of failing to deliver on many of its poll promises. Singling out the Sheesh Mahal row, Gehlot termed the release of the inventory list of super luxury items in Kejriwal's office residence when he was Chief Minister as embarrassing. Questioned on Gehlot's resignation, the AAP Supremo pushed aside his microphone, saying the party will respond in due course of time.
सर कैलाश गहलोत जी ने आज रिजाइन कर दिया पार्टी से और मंत्री पद से, इसको लेकर आप क्या कहेंगे? जी आप जवाब देंगे? देखिए दे रहे हैं, आपको जवाब चाहिए.
However, pressed further on the Gehlot question, the former chief minister abruptly walked away from a press conference. Meanwhile, reacting to the development, the BJP welcomed Gehlot's big decision, saying he took the right step at the right time.
जो मुद्दे दिल्ली की जनता के मुद्दे हैं और जिन मुद्दों को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी लगातार संघर्ष कर रही थी, और कैलाश गहलोत जैसा एक वरिष्ठ मंत्री जो वहाँ से निकल कर आके छोड़ता है, तो आप समझ लीजिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी में जो उसके भीतर कितना द्वंद्व चल रहा है, क्योंकि कोई भी ईमानदार आदमी जो दिल्ली को अच्छी दिल्ली बनाना चाहता है, दिल्ली को बेहतर दिल्ली बनाना चाहता है, वो अब उस लुटेरे को गैंग में काम नहीं करेगा.
The BJP claimed leaders in every constituency in Delhi were deserting the Aam Aadmi Party because of its corruption and loot of public wealth.
स्वागत कैलाश गहलोत जी के इस कदम का, और यही हालत आम आदमी पार्टी के गली गली के हर कार्यकर्ता की है. केजरीवाल गैंग के लूट और झूठ के खिलाफ आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ता उनका दम घुट रहा है, और हर विधानसभा में इसी तरह से उनके कार्यकर्ता इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं.
The party demanded Aam Aadmi Party's answer to the people on the serious charges leveled by Gehlot in his resignation letter, while claiming that cracks in the Sheesh Mahal were starting to show.
Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Sisodia, Mr. Jain have spent significant amount of time in jail. Their bail was rejected on multiple occasions. They have to face the charges on these very, very grave allegations. And when questions are asked of them, not only they have excuses and deflect, they will try to blame the others. They will blame the BJP. They will blame somebody else. So Mr. Gehlot resigning shows the crisis in the party, and it exposes the situation of the Aam Aadmi Party.
ये भ्रष्टाचार का बेड़ा डूब रहा है, और जब बेड़ा डूबता है तो सब छोड़कर भाग जाते हैं. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथी उसको छोड़कर भाग रहे हैं, और कैलाश गहलोत ने वो सब बातें कही जो आज तक हम कहते आ रहे हैं.
As one of Kejriwal's trusted lieutenants and minister quits, the question is, will it spark an exodus in the AAP going into the Delhi Assembly polls?
The death toll in the Jhansi fire tragedy has risen from 10 to 11 after another infant undergoing treatment succumbed to the injuries. The babies in the medical college's NICU died after a massive fire engulfed the ward. Glaring lapses have come to notice, including expired fire extinguishers and absence of emergency exits, among the other things. Here's a report.
A massive fire in the neonatal intensive care unit of Maharani Lakshmibai College in Jhansi claimed the lives of 10 newborn babies who were charred to death. In a latest update, out of the 16 babies who were rescued, one more has succumbed, taking the Jhansi death toll to 11. The babies in the medical college's NICU died after a massive fire engulfed the ward. Glaring lapses have now come to the fore. From expired fire extinguishers to dysfunctional safety alarms, delayed evacuation, no emergency exits, poor quality oxygen concentrator, the murderous lapses simply cannot be brushed under the carpet. Republic has confronted the principal of Rani Lakshmibai College. Watch.
आप जो इस कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल हैं, मैं आपसे वो साफ सवाल कर रहा हूँ कि जो वहाँ पर एक्सपायर्ड था, जो फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स लगे हैं, वो 2019 की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है. आप दिखा दीजिए मुझे ना. दिस इज व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग यू. मेरे पास विजुअल्स, आपके सुनिए, आपके पास जो विजुअल्स है उसको आप जूम कीजिए. क्यों जूम क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं?
मैं दिखा रहा हूं सर.
जस्ट जूम इट. जस्ट
सर पहले हाँ दिखा रहा हूं.
54 infants were hospitalized over there. It's because of your utter negligence. They died.
80% boys were.
I have shown it to you. I would like to request my viewers and show it to them that if you see these these fire extinguishers that were put in place. Here the manufacturing date, the refilling date is written over there is 2019, and the principal of this very medical college hospital is denying the fact. Here you can see, I would like to request, and we would like to flash it, and we would like to run it, that if you see the manufacturing, the refilling date of these fire extinguishers is 2019, and doctor in front of the camera is denying the fact that when this was manufactured. Yes, you can say, yes, show me the order. Yes, no, there were several fire extinguishers that were not working, that were not functional.
Republic had earlier accessed exclusive visuals showing the real picture of the situation inside the hospital building. The hospital authorities simply cannot ignore some questions. First, why was no FIR filed even after 30 hours? Second, why were the basic safety protocols flouted? Third, who is really accountable for these murderous lapses? And last but not the least, why weren't the fire extinguishers replaced? As yet another tragedy shakes the nation, all eyes remain on the course of action.
The Prime Minister's next stop on his ongoing three-nation tour is India's fellow founding BRICS and key strategic partner, Brazil. Now, the PM will arrive in Rio de Janeiro, which is playing host to the 19th G20 summit from the 18th to the 19th of November. The Prime Minister is also scheduled to hold bilateral talks with Brazilian President Lula da Silva on the sidelines of the summit. Meanwhile, members of the Indian diaspora were pictured breaking into impromptu songs and dances as they awaited the Prime Minister's touchdown in Rio. Here's a report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's next port of call on his ongoing three-nation tour is Brazil, which is going to organize the 19th G20 summit. The summit under Brazil's presidency of the G20 will be hosted in Rio de Janeiro from November 18 and 19. India hosted the last G20 summit, arguably the largest in size in the event's history, under its presidency of the grouping before handing the baton to its key strategic and BRICS partner. Prime Minister Modi is set to hold crucial bilateral talks with Brazilian President Lula da Silva on the sidelines of the 19th G20 huddle. Weighing in on the PM's scheduled bilateral with President Lula, India's ambassador to Brazil, Suresh K. Reddy, said that the strategic partnership between the two nations had received a quantum boost under the guidance and leadership of the former.
That's a very important bilateral meeting between Honorable Prime Minister and President Lula. The strategic partnership between India and Brazil was initiated under President Lula's time. And now under Honorable Prime Minister's guidance, this has really received a very big boost. Today it's become one of the most dynamic, active relationships between India and any foreign country.
He said that the two leaders are expected to set the contours for an expanded partnership between the two nations across spheres, including agriculture and digital public infrastructure.
I would state, prima facie, immediately off the cuff, three areas. Number one is in the field of agriculture and animal husbandry. Brazil is today considered to be a powerhouse in agriculture, and India is also considered to be a powerhouse in agriculture. So naturally that opens the door for a lot of collaboration in terms of sharing of experiences and technology. We are also looking at, second is in terms of the digital public infrastructure. Brazil is a leader, no doubt about it, but there are a lot of areas in which India can share their experiences.
He said that there is a lot of buzz around the 19th G20 summit, largely because of India's successful hosting of the event and the showcasing of its global heft last year.
This is a very important visit. I know this is going to be actually the third visit of Honorable Prime Minister. He had earlier visited Brazil in 2014 and 2019 for the BRICS summit, and this is the first visit for the G20. So there's a lot of excitement, and this excitement is also because of the successful presidency by India last year.
Meanwhile, members of the Indian diaspora were seen breaking into impromptu songs and dances as they awaited the PM's touchdown in Rio. A diaspora member said she will treat PM Modi to an Indian dish with a special Gujarati touch.
I'm planning to make some food for Mr. Honorable Prime Minister, and I'm trying to make something Gujarati touch to their food. So I'm planning to make jalebi. That is, and trying to make some food with local ingredients that he will like.
Children too share their excitement around the PM's visit. As the Prime Minister arrives in Rio, expect the two countries to advance its commercial, strategic and people-to-people ties.
So viewers, Maharashtra and Jharkhand are all set to go to the polls in the later part of this week. Maharashtra single phase polling, and of course Jharkhand's second phase of polling. And now let's take a listen in to the various reactions that are coming in from across the political parties amidst the high voltage campaigning.
आज आप ओबीसी के चैंपियन बन रहे हो, पिछड़ा वर्ग के चैंपियन बनना चाहते हो। बताओ मुझे, राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में कितने ओबीसी के सदस्य हैं? बताओ मुझे, सोनिया गांधी के यूपीए की सरकार के दौरान नेशनल एडवाइजरी कमेटी में जिसकी चेयरमैन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी थी, उसमें कितने ओबीसी थे? और मुझे बताओ, कांग्रेस पार्टी के राहुल गांधी जी, आपके कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी में कितने ओबीसी हैं?
कांग्रेस और उनके सहयोगी दलों की ये पॉलिसी है कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति अपनाओ, डिवाइड एंड रूल करो और मतदाताओं को भ्रमित करो और वोट प्राप्त करो, लेकिन उसमें वो अब सफल नहीं होंगे।
देखिए, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने सही कहा, एक है तो सेफ है, उसमें गलत क्या है? हमारे लिए इस देश की एकता अखंडता की बात तो हमने शपथ के साथ की है। देश में कोई भी मंत्री, मुख्यमंत्री, विधायक, सांसद जब शपथ लेता है तो क्या देश को बंटवारे की बात करता है? एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे, इसमें हमारे संविधान की भावना नहीं है, उसमें गलत कुछ भी नहीं है।
कोई जिहाद यहाँ नहीं चलेगा, यहाँ सब लोग एकजुट होकर मतदान करेंगे, विकास के लिए वोट देंगे। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास का मंत्र है, उस मंत्र को जो हमारे यहाँ राष्ट्रवादी लोग हैं, जो देश को आगे बढ़ाने वाले लोग हैं, देश की संस्कृति पर विश्वास करने वाले लोग हैं, वो सब एकजुट होकर यहाँ की संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मीरा भाईंदर के जो हमारे कैंडिडेट हैं श्री नरेंद्र मेहता जी को भारी मतों से जिताएंगे।
प्रियंका जी को कास्ट सेंसस के बारे में कुछ पता भी नहीं है और उनको शायद मालूम नहीं है। बिहार में कास्ट सेंसस हुआ, बीजेपी ने सपोर्ट किया, उसके बाद ही वो हो पाया।
जिस दिन ये रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ, उसी दिन हमने कांग्रेस का स्टैंड बिल्कुल क्लियर कर दिया था श्रीनगर में ही। अगर दिन में कोई 2 बजे के करीब वो हुआ तो हमने बाई 3 o'clock और 4 o'clock आई हैड मेड द स्टैंड ऑफ कांग्रेस पार्टी अबंडेंटली क्लियर। और आज उस चीज़ को फिर से ये करना जो है, मेरे ख्याल में ये बीजेपी को एक ये कहें कि एक कैनन प्रोवाइड करने की ज़रूरत है। सो आई डोंट थिंक कि आई हैव टू एक्सप्लेन इट अगेन एंड अगेन।
हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी पहले थोड़ा बहुत डरे हुए लग रहे थे, अब जैसे जैसे बाई इलेक्शन करीब आ गया वो थोड़ा हिले हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि जनता उनके खिलाफ खड़ी है। जो ये भाषा इस्तेमाल हो रही है, ये अंग्रेज़ों की कभी भाषा थी, लोगों को बांट करके राज करने की, डिवाइड एंड रूल का नारा। वही लोग इस तरह का नारा दे रहे हैं, वही इस तरह की भाव रख रहे हैं, भावना रख रहे हैं।
On the heels of the Maharashtra elections, ruckus erupted in BJP Navneet Rana's rally. Chairs vandalized, threat slogans raised as a mob attacked BJP leader Navneet Rana's rally in Maharashtra's Amravati. Video showed Rana surrounded by her supporters as mob hurled chairs at her rally. Following the incident, the former MP went to lodge a complaint at the Khalar police station. Meanwhile, Navneet Rana accused involvement of Uddhav Sena workers behind the ruckus.
जो हम सभा कर रहे थे और सभा के दौरान जब मैं भाषण दे रही थी, दूर से ही कई लोगों की हुटिंग शुरू हुई और उन्होंने स्पष्ट जोर जोर से यही कहा, अल्लाह अकबर के नारे शुरू किए। हमारे कई लोग थे, जब आपके चाहने वाले लोग आजू बाजू खड़े होते हैं तो उससे आपको समझ में आता है कि कुछ तो गड़बड़ वहाँ पे चल रही है। हम लोगों ने शासकीय परमिशन ली, जितनी भी पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट की लगती है, इलेक्शन कमीशन के परमिशन लगते हैं, सब हमने अपनी फॉर्मेलिटी पूरी की। वो समय गया जब हिंदू ये बोलते थे कि एक गाल पे मारा है तो दूसरा गाल आगे कर देते थे। अब वो समय नहीं है, अगर एक मारेंगे तो दो जरूर मिलेंगे और जिस तरीके से जिस भाषा में वो बात करेंगे उसका उत्तर उसी भाषा में उन लोगों को दिया जाएगा।
This incident comes just days before Maharashtra will vote for assembly polls on November 20th, while counting will be on November 23rd.
Just 2 days ahead of the high-stake elections in Maharashtra, Shinde Sena's Milind Deora openly questioned why Uddhav Sena's sitting MLA Aditya Thackeray is running away from a debate on the concerns of Worli constituency.
During the Lok Sabha election, he spoke about the need for candidates to have debates. Why is he running away from having a debate in this election? If he claims to be pro-democracy, pro-debates, why is he running away from a debate?
Shinde Sena candidate also accused Aditya Thackeray of buying out votes in exchange of money. Meanwhile, Aditya Thackeray has not responded to any debate challenge or allegations that have been put by Deora. Deora is all set to take on Aditya Thackeray, who is the sitting MLA from Worli constituency in the upcoming Maharashtra elections. Campaigning in Maharashtra has intensified as both Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi compete for voters' support.
speaking on the summit, the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye.
Nirmala ji, we are truly delighted and honored and overwhelmed and happy and extremely proud that you have graced our first event on this brand new campus as our chief keynote speaker and our chief guest. So this means a lot to me personally.
Thank you.
And you have always been very kind, but today you've taken out time on a weekday to come here. We are so happy. We are so proud. We cannot express it in words. I'm sure that when you took that little walk with us, the sentiment carried through, ma'am.
I'm sure, yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I wanted to start this conversation by thanking you on behalf of every fellow Indian for what you have done as a leader. And I'm sure I speak for everyone in the room, I'm sure, do I not? For the fortitude, strength, the calm, and the solidity that you have brought to the office of Union Finance Minister, which has seen so many illustrious predecessors in the past and held the country's hand through this extremely difficult and tough times of COVID, and been such a strong support in the Modi government. So may I please request another round of applause before I get to the questions.
Thank you.
I was asked by everyone that before you speak to her, express our gratitude to her. So on behalf of everyone, I think we need to do that.
Thank you.
Nirmala ji, a broad question to start with. How do you view India's economic and financial prospects as you begin the third term of the Modi government?
I think each one of us can be confident and be sure that because of a good visionary leadership which saw through India through the difficult times and has the vision to take it forward with destinations expressed clearly. Not we're going along, we will reach. No, clearly what is it in the next 2 years? What is it in the next few more years? And what is it that we want to do by 2047? With that kind of a visionary leadership, which is strong in a sense, inside the person, the strength of bearing with the challenges and also the kind of demands that come off, that is the strength I'm talking about of a leadership. And you find that in Prime Minister Modi, and I will say this up front before I even open up this conversation with Arnab. A leader of that nature, keeping a team of people working with him, gives the confidence to the ordinary citizen that you are in safe hands, we will work hard, there shall not be any corruption, we are clear where we want to go along with you. It's not a dream of the leader alone. People are also resonating that voice. So to be in that team, I feel very humbled and honored. And all the praise that Arnab might give me, saying, this is what you brought to this position, this is what you did. It's a big team under Prime Minister Modi. And it is that team which is delivering it. And I don't think personally and individually I am doing some miracle. No, it's a large team and a very firm leadership which says, let's go together. If there are little challenges, if there are,